Welcome everyone to our Money in the Bank full watch party. You are joining us just in time for the second hour of the pre-show because let's face it, a 2-hour pre-show seems a little bit excessive, so you're joining us for the second. We will be going through, as usual, our predictions. We did a full show on this yesterday for spoiler warning, but for any additional news and anyone who didn't catch that, we will update as best we can. Currently on the pre-show, Zoey Stark is running to Trish Stratus. Trish will be hosting the show tonight, and the current ring setup, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of leopard print, the current ring setup does suggest that what we're going to see is the men's Money in the Bank opening the show. We are currently live on both YouTube and on Twitch. You can, of course, find us streaming every single pay-per-view, except for those in Saudi Arabia, because why the hell would we? I did originally consider, because I'm moving house very shortly, skipping the next one, and in fact skipping this one. But at the moment, it does seem like I'll only be needing a 2-week break, and before you know it, I'll be back on the agenda. The big stories at the moment do revolve around Drew McIntyre and CM Punk, which will not really be featured here, apart from the fact that Drew McIntyre is in a match competing for a briefcase. We are also seeing the Bloodline and Cody Rhodes being built, the Wyatt Six being built, largely around Chad Gable, who's again in the men's Money in the Bank briefcase match. And when it comes to big stories, they can't get much bigger than anything involving the head of the table. Your current tribal chief is Solo Sikoa rather than Roman Reigns. But also, likely to feature in the same match, is your future tribal chief, Jacob Fatu. So welcome, everyone. We are live on both Twitch and YouTube. Please, if you are watching on YouTube, remember to hit that thumbs up. Pardon me, we have 17 people here, already 13 likes, so you're definitely getting the gist of it. Good to see we had so many before the show even started. Couple of people in, Jeremy and Jim, already saying to watch the pig. Are we watching for the pig tonight? Who even knows? Ishi says, hello Tom, hope you're okay. Doing well, thank you Ishi, welcome to the show. Lauren, welcome to Say Stranger, been a minute, has been a little while, good to see you again. Leon just says, legend. It's McCade says, hello Tom, hope you're okay. Missed your last live, but I hope it all went well. It did indeed, it's McCade. We've done very well with our lives recently. I think a large part of that is turning off the ads that come on every 30 minutes, so there's a slight hit when it comes to income, but it's only slight, and I do think people have a better experience of it. Dylan says, is Jey still the favourite to win backstage? Jey is currently the favourite on betting odds. It is interesting seeing how much focus currently on the pre-show is given to non-WWE wrestlers now. We've just seen The Big Show, we've just seen Cesaro, we're seeing a lot of Natalia, who to my knowledge is not currently contracted to the WWE. Marcel says, hi Tom and chat, how are you all? I'm doing well, thank you Marcel. Anyone else wants to let us know how you're doing? You let me know, I'm right here. Bear with me just 1 second. This is my second to last show in my current house. Tomorrow, well, Monday I should say, will be my birthday show, and it will be our final show for 2 weeks while I move house, prepare an office that currently only has one wall, so fingers crossed we can get all that sorted nice and quick. Daniel says, hey, welcome Daniel. Lauren says, do you think we'll see the returns of AJ Lee? No. John Cena? Maybe. Roman Reigns? No. The Rock? No. Or Brock Lesnar tonight? No. Ishi says, do you know what the surprises are for tonight? I know some. Triple H doesn't do a lot of them. The big surprises are the finishes. Lauren says, hey Tom, how's the weather there? Been okay. Been quite sunny recently. And considering I'm doing a lot of work in the garden, that's a good thing. Really can't argue with it. Jeremy says, if we get the Wyatt Six involvement tonight, I'm going to die happy. I mean, if your last day is today, might be the one. Dylan says, watch the pig. One says, hey Tom, watch for the pig. For those who don't know, Watch for the Pig has become a bit of a rule of the channel and a little bit of embracing meme culture, good old-fashioned as it were. A code for the Wyatt Six and good old-fashioned Huskus. Khalid says CM Punk is definitely showing up tonight. Lauren says, what do you think of the Wyatt Six? Their presentation so far has been fantastic. More as it develops. Carl says, hola, thought I'd bless you all with my presents, stacked up the cans on Fanta. Hope you and the family are good. Doing very well, thanks. Ever since Fanta obtained Lilt, that's pretty much all I've been drinking. And I used to be an infamous Iron Brew guy. Finley, welcome. Dropping W's in the chat. That is a way to grind up that chat rate. We are not anti-spam here. We're not anti-break it down into many different bits. A successful channel has a high chat rate, and a high chat rate does allow us to then go on and find more viewers. So if you're able to, if you have questions, jump in. If you have comments, jump in. Let me know what you're thinking and let me know what you're hearing. Lauren says, I think we're getting Tiffany and McIntyre winning tonight. Bailey says, wrestling Twitter is on fire around obscure references to AJ Lee from Bailey and Big E. It's too obvious, and Triple H isn't going to leak anything. He really isn't. Triple H is not a prolific leaker. There are some prolific leakers. We all know that there are some prolific leakers. Triple H is not one of them. Marcel says, I have the night shift. I can watch the pay-per-view and do my job at the same time and be here in chat. That is a dream come true, Marcel. An absolute dream come true. I thought I had a nice, comfortable job, sat here watching it, but you might also be getting a good time out of it. Backwards says, hope you're well, Tom. Try to stay cool, mama. We're getting hit with heat wave 2 now. Yeah, I thankfully can just sort of go inside, so I'll do 10-15 minutes of gardening, dip back inside, peel some wallpaper off a ceiling, go out and do some gardening, dip back inside, continue knocking a wall down. Life's interesting at the moment. I don't think I've ever worked this hard. Thank you, it's McCade. Khalid says, Solo Sikoa, great promo. I bet Roman will destroy him at SummerSlam. Lauren says, Natty hasn't signed a new contract yet. To my knowledge, no. Leon says, John Cena has been spotted in Toronto according to Fightful. Interesting. Lauren says, happy early B-Day. Thank you kindly for that one. Happy birthday for Friday. I won't be hosting a show on Friday, so happy birthday to you now. Marcel also says, watch the pig. Ishi says, happy early birthday. Thank you, Ishi. The actual birthday technically happens in less than an hour over here in the UK. So, literally as the show starts. Lauren says, Jimmy Uso is a possibility. I'll take your word for that. Marcel says, please hit the like for Tom. If you can, I'd very much appreciate it. We have 29 people watching. We've just hit 20 likes. That means we're on the way to 25. 5 more gets us to a nice big level. And if that's a dream that can come true, it's a dream that I'll be chasing. Lauren says, maybe Alexa to return. I don't expect Alexa. Why would she? Backward says, I've got some good old regular Coke for tonight. I have a bit of water. Probably should have thought ahead, but it's only 4 hours. I can make it work. Kelly says, good luck with the housemate. Thank you kindly. The first show of the new house you're going to enjoy. I did some recording today of my office in its current state. You're going to be surprised. You're going to be surprised. That will be part of a members only video. That members only video will essentially be the transformation of the office when it kicks off. Lauren says, I think we may get a heel Orton soon, been eyeing that championship. I did cover that news on Friday. Spoiler warning, I do not expect to see it soon. Carl says, I think Gable is going to go through all types of trauma tonight. He might have a rough one. Lauren says, do you think there'll be definite surprises tonight? Yes. The match results, because we don't know what they are. Coots says, do you see Dijak signing for AEW as he was backstage at Forbidden Door? I certainly think it's possible. He's a very effective big man. I think he'd fit in very well with some of the talent there. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate that. Hut says, hey, how are you? Doing well, thank you. Welcome to the show. And it was me. Says, I think AJ Lee is going to show up at SummerSlam, not here tonight. I mean, CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre is something I've been talking about since February. If it's going to happen, certainly that would make more sense. Lauren, yes it is. It is 11 o'clock here. 11 o'clock. Lauren says, if Cena is in Toronto, will he interfere in the Bloodline? I cannot say what will happen based on what might have already happened. Lauren says, Trish is there tonight, so is she a face again? She certainly is tonight. Juan says, speaking of the weather, Tom, Texas will have Hurricane Beryl on Monday because of the heat, constant high temperatures. Hurricane Beryl. What a name. Hurricane season does indeed return. Ishi says, good luck with the house as well. Thank you kindly for that. Lauren says, heat wave this year. We're already having one. And says, do you see any turns happening soon? Yes. Jeremy says, one more like. Thank you kindly, Jeremy. I appreciate you. Marius Loren thank you very kindly for following on the Twitch side. You'll get a notification every time we go live. We go live Mondays, Fridays, and for premium live events. The next big one I'll be covering is likely going to be SummerSlam. I wasn't really expecting to be covering this one, but I haven't quite formalised the move yet. And after the show on Monday, I'll be taking this here desk apart, taking that TV, that PC, that monitor, and all that jazz, and making it go bye-bye. Cal says, this rumour of AJ Lee returning reminds me when The Rock was rumoured to return at the Rumble, just blew up on Twitter. Yeah, The Rock was rumoured for 4 years, and hilariously, people still think they can take a victory lap about that one. It was me, says, I can't see Jimmy or Roman showing tonight because Solo needs this win tonight. I wholeheartedly agree. My expectation, as I mentioned previously, is the return of Roman Reigns at SummerSlam, interfering or right after right after Solo Sikoa loses clean to Cody Rhodes. That, of course, means that while Roman Reigns did fail against Cody, so has Solo Sikoa, and does mean that Roman Reigns is back to being the tribal chief. Long term, my expectation is that we will see a rematch, again, between Roman and Cody, but this time Solo Sikoa will make clear that Roman Reigns is no longer allowed to compete with Cody Rhodes, and the Bloodline Civil War will kick into gear. Over time, as we build towards Solo versus Roman, likely at WrestleMania, I expect both Jimmy Uso and Jey Uso to return to Roman's side, leading to a War Games that could well feature Sami Zayn as well. Lauren says, I do believe we'll get a heel Orton, but it's still too early to tell. Thomas Phipps aside, Tom, hope that the movie's going very well so far, Thomas. I spent most of my day filling holes, which I've never done before, scraping wallpaper off a ceiling, and gardening. And by gardening, I mean cutting the hell out of a garden. Going well so far, cheers mate. Spider-Boss says, hello Tom, I'm glad DIY won the tag team titles. A good moment for them. Certainly adds some extra fuel to the fire of Austin Theory and Grayson Waller breaking up. Lauren says, we haven't seen Lita since last year. Correct. Sean says, hi Tom, welcome Sean. And Spider-Boss says, according to PW Insider, Bloodline versus Cody, Randy, Orton and KO will main event Money in the Bank. Interesting, because it did seem as though Damian Priest himself said that he would be main eventing. Interesting. Sportainment gun and one hell of a font. Welcome to the YouTube side. Thank you kindly for subscribing. You'll get a notification every time we go live with our Monday and Friday spoiler warning shows, and of course the big shows like the upcoming SummerSlam. Brad says, hey Tom, got any work done on the new house today? Yep, I've already covered that one, so I appreciate that you asked that, and I haven't got to your point yet, but I do believe it overlapped quite nicely. It was me, says Tom, when do you see the Creed brothers finally siding with Gable, and what's a new faction name possibly? I'm not aware of an intended new faction name. Likely Alpha Academy might be revisited, but Chad Gable needs to finish up what's going on with the Wired Six first. Lauren says, I'm happy Seth is just being there in the audience as a fan instead of being backstage. You know, I do get what you're saying. Though she has been doing some work backstage, as exclusively reported here, we'll likely see over the next few months that news becoming more popular knowledge. Eric said, do you think Trish gets involved with the women's Money in the Bank to screw Zoey? No, personally, I do think she just works as a hostess, quite possibly getting in some way involved with Liv Morgan. Jeremy says, Tom, I've always wondered what got you into reporting. Just that I had information worth sharing. I started out by going to local wrestling shows, meeting wrestlers, meeting producers, meeting people who had previously worked in WWE and would later return to WWE. Upon speaking to them, I also got a job working for PW Torch independently and with no intention of reporting news. Then I started getting news. And now here we are. Lauren says, which turns do you see happening? Quite a few, mostly lower down the card. Steve says, hello Tom, hope you're well, dude. Doing very well, thank you Steve. Good to see you, mate. Glad to see your channel doing well as well. Always happy to see people in my field continuing to succeed. Good to see you, mate. Backwards says, how long until you have to be out of your current rental? It's open-ended. I basically say to my landlord, hi, I'm out now. He comes and checks that I'm out, and I stop paying that day. Nice and simple. My intention is to be out on Friday. However, I don't have to be. Lauren says Roman will definitely return as a face against the new Bloodline. I don't see him returning as a face. I see him returning, being cheered, and then attacking Cody Rhodes, but then eventually becoming a face when Solo Sikoa turns on him. Hut says I'd love to see Damian Priest versus Gunther instead of Seth versus Gunther. Seth and Damian is going to be an absolute banger regardless. Personally, I do think Damian Priest versus Gunther is a likely match, and the Seth Rollins is just here to make Damian Priest look good before he gets demolished. Spider-Boss says, I think it's difficult for Roman to appear tonight in Money in the Bank. But no, completely unrelated, Spider-Boss. I'm not going to speculate on anything like that. That's not what I do and not what I'm going to do. We currently have 35 people watching. The channel continues to fill up. 27 likes. 3 more gets us to 30. Doing extremely well with those, I can tell you. Lauren thinks when Rock returns, he will side with Solo. Cal says, Tom, do you like what they're doing with carrying Cross? Personally, I feel like they're wasting his talent. I don't think you can accuse them of doing that. Karrion Kross is largely scripting himself. Cal says, plot twist, Tom is a gardener. I'm really not. Really not. My partner has promised to do the gardening. So far, not quite. Sportainment. Brother says, shout out to everyone in the chat, including Tom Colohue. Keep up the good work on the channel. Appreciate it. And shout out from South Bronx, brother BKL Contreras, aka Sportainment Guy. Welcome, Sportainment Guy. I didn't realise that was a Y. I thought it said Sportainment Gun. Thank you for correcting. Welcome to the chat, and thank you for shouting out. Lauren says, do you think we'll get the Roman that Vince created, or will there be a different version? The entirety of the Bloodline was created by Vince McMahon. People seem to keep forgetting that one. Spider-Boss says it sucks the way WWE wrote Lita off TV last year. Her time with the company had come to an end. She was happy to wrap it up. Jeremy says the faction name of Gable should be called the Olympians. They're currently trying to get away from comparisons between Chad Gable and Kurt Angle. That would not help. Juan says, hey Tom, according to Dave Meltzer, he reported that the exclusive window ends in July for AEW, yet no new updates on those bitters? No updates as of yet. The exclusive window, if it is expected to end in July, will end soon, but at that point they'll be able to negotiate a bit wider, meaning Warner Brothers might not get what they're going for. Lauren says, which show is your fave? Likely SmackDown. I enjoy me a good SmackDown. And says, Gable a tweener? Nope, he a heel. It was me, says Tom, does Hikuleo help Solo tonight? It's been quiet lately for him, not sure when he's free. Hikuleo maybe. I think given that there are already 4 of them, there's enough to make it happen. Sean says, do you know if CM Punk is in Toronto? I do not. Lauren thinks Tiffany is winning and says maybe Rhea can interfere tonight. Why? Sean says Triple H said in a video there are going to be a few surprises tonight. What do you think he means by that? Mostly the results. I don't know because they're surprises. We'll see what happens. Bailey says, how many years have you lived in this house and will you miss it? I've lived in this house for 9 years. So this house is actually what got me back into WWE. And in fact, I know how long I've been here by how long I've been back watching WWE. We technically stopped watching in 2001 when we had to move across the country and we lost access to WWE programming because it was still on Sky Sports, and that essentially meant we'd have to pay £80 a month that we didn't have. I do not come from money. I'm from a very poor background. The fact that I've actually bought a house is incredible if you knew me personally for any of that. I'd actually just had my first trip abroad, which was largely funded with the assistance of my partner at the time. She was making a bit more than me and she decided to treat me. And I'm still grateful to her for that. It's one of those things, she never held it over me and I appreciate her for not doing so. I got a hell of a holiday and I'm very grateful for that. We've since broken up, but it was a mutual thing. We did last nearly 10 years and honestly, great memories. Anyway, having returned from 2 weeks in Florida, I had 3 days to move from my flat at the other end of town to this house. And I had no removal van and no money to move anything across because I'd spent it all in Florida. Still worked. It still worked. So what can I say? I'm a very happy boy. Lauren says, what do you think of the Brit and Money feud? I reckon it's going to be a good one. No, Lauren, no roommates. I've lived alone for about 12 years. I will not be living alone in about a month from now. It's gonna be an adjustment. I'm gonna live with my partner and our 2 children. Lauren says, Judgment Day split by SummerSlam is my prediction. You might have enjoyed Mondays. Spoiler warning. Spider-Boss says, kinda Solo Sikoa turned on Roman after Solo named himself the Tribal Chief. Yes, but if he loses, then Roman can always reclaim that position. Lauren says, do you have any plans for the channel when you reach 7,000? Yes, I'm going to go like this. That's pretty much it. The next big moment is the 10k. That said, I did add about 400 subscribers in the last month, so happy days. Lauren says, I can't believe Dijak is gone. Believe it, we haven't seen him in a while. Eric said, do you think there's any chance Chelsea goes back to TNA due to the celebration for a Chelsea Piper feud with the system and her versus Rosemary? Could do. Hut says, do you think Bron takes Sami's title today? Yes, I do. Backwards says, any update on Coolio? I saw a report WWE trademarked the term Tonga. Where did you see that report, Backwards? Lauren says, Ricochet going to AEW? Last I was able to find out, Ricochet is still a free agent. Cal says, Tom, do you think we'll see Howdy or just Nikki Cross tonight? Not sure at this point. I suspect there'll be some appearance, but they don't want to overshadow the overall show. Spider-Boss says, I bought the Liv Morgan Revenge Tour until Liv won the women's world title. Now this turn of Liv chasing Dom is something I still don't get, because there's no one left to get revenge on. Everything involving Dominic is the Revenge Tour, because it's still to get revenge on Rhea Ripley, but with Rhea Ripley injured and no Becky Lynch, who is there left to get revenge on? Lauren says, who do you think is the greatest ring announcer? Personally, I quite like Samantha Irvin. She's doing a great job. Also says, Adam Cole still injured? Yes. Chris says, good evening, Tom. Looking forward to a great PLE. I'm excited for it. I do think this one's got an exciting card. I'm excited to see what they can do with it. Spider-Boss says, when my family and me found a new house some years ago, first thing I watched about NXT was Mercedes Money vs. Bayley and The Shield to get me back into wrestling. First thing I watched was Battleground 2014. So we're actually just past my 10-year anniversary of coming back to watching the WWE. Can't have been 2014. 2016. Battleground 2016. Which featured Seth Rollins versus Brock Lesnar as a main event. It was 2014, wasn't it? Need to think about that. Spider-Boss says, when my family... I've already read that one. Charles says, what's going on with Wardlow? Is he getting the Starks treatment and is on his way out? Not to my knowledge. I've not heard anything about Wardlow. Wardlow, if anything, has vanished. Lauren, technically, I didn't make them, but I did choose them. And they're my kids. Backward says, I honestly was surprised DIY won the tag belts. Pleasantly surprised, I hope. Cal says, buying a house in this economy is an incredible achievement. Working class kids like me and you aren't supposed to. We're not. We're not, especially right now. And I was lucky enough to get a 4-bedroom house on my personal salary. A large part of that, by the way, and you guys are going to love this. So far this year from this YouTube, I've made about $600-700. Pounds, sorry. £600-700, largely from donations from yourselves, for which I will say again, thank you. But a lot of that also comes from ad revenue, so if you're here, you are helping me. If you've hit like, you've helped me. So let's say £600-700. When I paid the deposit for my house, I was worried, because when I paid the deposit, I was left with about £200. YouTube literally bought my house. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. Let that sink in for a moment and then give yourself a massive pat on the back, because I'm extremely grateful. Andy says, hello, Tom. Welcome, Andy. Nice to see you. Eric says, I did it. I grabbed your Money in the Bank briefcase. Wait, sorry. I've got to do it right. That's how it be. Wants to say, Tom, I'm surprised WWE didn't promote Chef Gordon Ramsay Clash at the Castle. After all, he's Scottish. Yes. And there's other people who are Scottish as well. Tiffany Stratton is being interviewed backstage by Kathy Kelly. Lauren says Melo deserves the push he's getting and asks if Becky is staying in WWE. To my knowledge, yes. I'm sure it will, Cal. We'll see how it goes. It was me, says Tom. Have you heard of anyone taking over Priest and Rhea's position in Judgment Day if and when they're gone? Or will they totally disband? I've not heard of a second phase of Judgment Day. Kurt Hawkins versus Roman Reigns. That's a brave one because it will be solo. Backwards says I stopped watching wrestling at WrestleMania 32 in 2016, I believe. Then I started watching again in 2020 when I saw Roman Reigns finally turn heel. Roman Reigns has brought a lot of people back to the dance. Busy time for you, Marcel. You are a busy boy. Spider-Boss says the Undisputed Kingdom storyline went downhill quickly. Last time Wardlow appeared on TV was when Roderick Strong was AEW International Champion. Sam said, why did they change the main event? They didn't. What are you on about? At what point was the main event changed? It was me, says congrats on the new place, Tom. Thank you, it was me. You will, of course, see the new office at some point soon. I'm excited to have something to show you. It'll be fun. And yeah, once I'm back live, I'll also be back making a lot more videos because I won't have to dedicate as much time to going to a different house where I don't have my gear to parent. I can parent while making recordings, and honestly, they volunteered to edit quite a lot of it. Thank you, God85. What a name, what a name. Thank you kindly, I appreciate you. Razar says, hello, Thomas says, what's everybody eating for snacks tonight? This is one of those things that comes up a lot. Primarily because of that Elimination Chamber where we just talked about crisps. I have no snacks. It's 11:30 at night, so I rarely have snacks. I also don't really like eating on stream. I need to find a way to, maybe just a liquid diet, drink soup, I don't know. Maybe just a hell of a lot of gazpacho, because I'm led to believe that's supposed to be eaten cold. Anyway, what snacks are people rocking? Let me know in the chat. Thank you, Carl, I appreciate you for that. Spider-Boss says, I think the weirdest Money in the Bank ladder match was on 2020 in the PC. That was great fun and well worth another watch. If you haven't watched that back, it is utterly baffling and genuinely incredibly confusing and just a hell of a lot of fun to watch. Watch it again. Sam says tonight is now Bloodline. Yep, and what's changed? Carl says I'm having some chicken nuggets. Glad to hear. Backward says, is there anything booking-wise you think Vince McMahon did better than Triple H? I feel Vince may have booked a better women's division towards the end of his tenure. Yes and no. Also, in general, as weird as it sounds, Vince did pretty good with the tag division. We have the back of LA Knight for some reason. I don't know why. That was important to him. Who says, what's your favourite Money in the Bank match and Money in the Bank holder? Probably, as regards Money in the Bank matches, the 2021, because crazy. As regards holder, Seth all the way. Brad's got himself some pizza. Howdy, uncle. Wants to say, Tom, what will it be today? Cherry Coke, lemonade or water? Water. And to be fair, not much of it. Probably should have prepared a little better. Andy has pizza and wings. What a dream. What a dream. Marcel, I'm scared of what you're going to say. Spider-Boss says it doesn't matter who wins between Seth Rollins or Damian Priest. Gunter is winning the World Heavyweight title at SummerSlam. I expect so as well. Backwards has egg salad sandwiches. Interesting. Razar has Taco Bell. One's having Chick-fil-A. Kel says, ever remember Eric Rowan's Toy Spider? Yes, and I wish I didn't. Thomas says, do you think Chelsea Green is going to win the Money in the Bank briefcase? Personally, I see Tiffany Stratton seeing it. I lean towards Chelsea Green. I think she'd be incredibly good at it. And I also feel pretty confident that she will not pick up the win. Marcel's going to make himself a pizza. With egg salad? Oh no, that was backwards. Different thing. Jack Roman says, SE Scoops is reporting the Peter Insider said the 3-on-3 match will be the main event. Yes, Peter Insider have said that the main event will be the Bloodline match. It does seem increasingly likely that the WWE will open Money in the Bank with the men's briefcase match. Could be a crazy time. Could be a crazy time. Only the one women's match so far planned tonight out of the 5. Slightly disappointing, but it doesn't mean we get Sami Zayn versus Bron Breakker, so I'm not arguing too much. I do like a bit of egg mayo, Cal. It was me, says Tom. Who was your wrestler that got you into wrestling or the match that made you a fan? Kane got me into wrestling. Triple H kept me into wrestling. Bray Wyatt got me back into wrestling. Was watching Battleground and we saw Bray Wyatt's intro and I haven't turned off since. I was a Firefly then. I'm a Firefly now. Andy says, I love a pay-per-view on a Saturday. Carl, it starts in half an hour, 30 minutes. So wherever you are, it starts in 30 minutes. We currently have 36 people watching, 31 likes already, which is a great start. 4 more gets us to 35, matching the amount of viewers that we have, which is a pretty insane thing to say, actually, thinking about it. Charles says, I'm a new YouTube subscriber. Welcome. And I truly appreciate how kind you are in comparison to the other channels. No tribalism, just good vibes and making us all feel like a community. Wish you all the best, Tom. Thank you, Charles. That's a very nice thing to say. I do try my best to make everyone feel welcome, everyone feel valued, and everyone feel heard. This is a show that relies heavily on audience participation. It relies heavily on you guys having things that you're interested in that I can then communicate about, that I can then reach out and ask for, that I can then host shows on. This show, this channel, does not succeed without the people who are actively watching it. So you talk to me, I talk back to you. Where's the downside? Great fun for everyone. There were times when I first started that I'd write 2 pages of script, I'd be live for 10-15 minutes, I'd run out of chat and I'd say, okay guys, cheers, bye, because there was nothing else I could do. Nowadays I can go live with absolutely no script and no news and still end up with an hour-long show. It's a charmed life. I feel very blessed. Spider-Boss says the WWE Women's Evolution began under Vince, but also under Vince, the women's division got few minutes during Vince's last months as head of creative. The Women's Evolution started under Triple H in NXT. Brother says, do you think AJ Lee is coming back? Of course, we don't know what kind of major announcement from Triple H. No, I don't expect AJ Lee back, personally. To be clear, this is not me making a report. This is me saying I don't think something's going to happen. Joseph says 6-man tag team match to main event. What if Roman shows up? Then Roman would show up. Leon says according to Peterborough Insider, Paul Heyman and CM Punk are backstage. Interesting. CM Punk would be expected. He does travel with WWE. Paul Heyman also travels with WWE. He's likely doing a lot of coaching. Dax says, hey Tom, happy Money in the Bank Day. Happy Money in the Bank Day to you as well. Welcome to the show. Cal says, John Cena got me into wrestling around 2005, stopped around 2017 and came back around 2019 when The Fiend debuted as Bray was more than just a wrestler and he will never be forgotten. Backwards says, Bray Wyatt was the only wrestler I would check up on when I was on my wrestling break. I still remember when he won the WWE title. What a moment. Zayn says, Hulk Hogan got me into wrestling. I've been a fan ever since. It was me, says Tom, have you heard anything about Matt Cardona's status or interest in coming back to WWE? That there is none. None whatsoever. Razar says, what was up with WWE telling everyone to wear white for Money in the Bank? Fun? Sam says, what have you heard about Seth match? That it is happening at this event. Sean says, does anyone know why Big E walked off the set during the pre-show to go into the arena and do a bit? Pretty standard. Backer says, Kane got me into wrestling. He was scary AF when I was a kid. Naverni says, is Gable versus Howdy in the plans for SummerSlam? I think that might be what we see. After all, it would echo The Fiend debuting against Finn Balor. Cal says, as someone who struggles with mental health issues, I love that clip of Bray saying that people go to him and tell him how he saved their life, and I can definitely relate to that. You are, of course, not alone. I am here with you, though we're far apart, etc. Sean says, Tom, I don't know why everyone is speculating that AJ Lee is showing up tonight. Wishful thinking. A lot of people miss her, but let's not forget they also speculated that she'd turn up at the Royal Rumble. What's for people taking a victory lap who are guessing? Then says, I've got pie and mash and liquor to eat. You eat liquor. Interesting. Spider-Boss says, I remember Bray Wyatt used to say anyone but Roman during his rivalry with Roman in 2015. Yes, he did. They were supposed to team up a lot more, but then injuries happened. Dom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Don't forget to hit the like button. We have 2 words for you. Why not? Welcome, Dom. Leon says, just curious, what's your favourite video you've made? For me, it's still CM Punk will not be a Survivor Series repeat after me. I'm sorry I won't let you forget. I really enjoyed that one. Especially when you consider that literally, before that, I'd made a spoiler warning with the actual thumbnail saying CM Punk to WWE. I don't think I could have been any more clear, to be honest. Also, of course, the one of the ones I enjoy most is the WTF Wrestling, which detailed how CM Punk was using wrestling media, especially Nick Hausman, to engineer a WWE return. I don't think I could have been more clear. One says, according to Matt Hardy, he said he's heard that the AEW Shane McMahon rumours are false. Can you confirm it? Nope. I can't confirm it one way or the other. I don't have that information. You'd have to talk to either Tony Khan or Shane McMahon to make that happen. So even if I could confirm it, I would say no in order to protect a source. Brother says, do you have any predictions until Money in the Bank starts? Yes, typically I go through my predictions at this point. So, nice and simple. My predictions are that the winner of the Women's Money in the Bank ladder match will be Chelsea Green, and that she will also be the first woman to fail her cash-in. That the winner of the Men's Money in the Bank will be Jey Uso, though also watch the pig. The Bron Breakker will destroy Sami Zayn and gain the Intercontinental Championship. The Damian Priest will leave Money in the Bank with the World Heavyweight Championship, and that we may see Liv Morgan and Dominic Mysterio, and in fact Finn Balor, involved in that one. And that Solo Sikoa will pin Kevin Owens in the 6-man tag match. I don't see Cody Rhodes getting pinned. I don't either see the return of Roman Reigns tonight. It was me, says, for me, the war to settle the score got me into wrestling, seeing Piper and Hogan, Tito Santana and Greg Valentine's IC match in the cage had me hooked. I do enjoy that we have multiple generations of wrestling fan. I have never seen that. Genuinely never seen it. Also not really a Hogan guy, but it's quite a bit before my time. I came in during the reign of Stone Cold Steve Austin. I went back to the reign of Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. That's kind of as far as I went. Eric says, when do you think the Money in the Bank winner will cash in? I don't think it'll be tonight. Dak says, Tom, what match are you most excited for? Probably the men's Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank is always delightful carnage. And I'm very excited for it. Oh, they're hyping Sami Zayn's stand-up show. I like that they don't let him tell any jokes. Spider-Boss says, Naomi mentioned part of AJ Lee's theme song lyrics light it up last night on SmackDown. And? They were mentioning CM Punk well before he was signed with the WWE, just to be clear. They know how to get people talking, and they will continue to do so. Navoni says, will Punk be definitely cleared for SummerSlam? Yep. I have every expectation that CM Punk will be cleared for SummerSlam and wrestling. Christopher Leclerc says, yeet in the bank. Welcome, Christopher. Sean says, do you think we will see Julia live tomorrow or on a video confronting Roxanne? I think we'll see her. You know, that's what I think. Roger says, I'm eating a sausage and bacon sandwich with red and brown sauce. Red and brown, you utter monster. Eric says, my favourite was your first Vince allegation video. Interesting that we've done, I think, 3 of those now, and the allegations don't seem to be running out. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. I do apologise. Carl says, including Alexa changing character in 2020 is one of the best character developments. She played that role so well. I do hope we see that side of her. She's asking for those elements to be returned, yes. But she can't quite do the costume changes anymore. Spider-Boss says, Ethan Page sounded bitter when he spoke about his AEW run. I disagree. He was asked a question and he gave a genuine answer. People always forget that these questions are asked, so they have to be answered. Backward says, I'm so excited to see Jacob Fatu wrestle. He won't necessarily. I reckon he will. Jim says, Chelsea Green with the briefcase would be highly entertaining. Her character is so good, she'd benefit from a failed cash-in or a successful cash-in. Cal says, maybe I'm on my own, but I never want to see Brock back. The allegations against him are disgusting. Yes, allegations. However, it's not right. He comes back, in my opinion. Appreciate that you clarified the allegation situation. Christopher says, if Chelsea Green does win Money in the Bank, will she be successful or failed? As mentioned, I suspect not only will she win, but she'll also be the first failed cash-in. That is my prediction. She says, do you know what WWE had the wide door backstage on SmackDown last night? I do know that, yes. It was me, says Tom, you have to watch the Tito versus Valentine match for the IC belt where Valentine destroys it with a hammer. Was amazing for its time, which was definitely before my time. Cal says, I mean, before Punk signed, they were wrestlers using his finisher and moveset. The WWE very, very smart. Yeah. They know what creates those column inches. Brother says, that sounds like an interesting prediction. I like to see LA Knight win Money in the Bank and probably cash in right to Logan Paul. It would be very, very stupid for someone to have that briefcase and cash in on something other than the World Heavyweight or Universal Championships. I'd be stunned if people make that decision. Why do you think Cody Rhodes would turn heel? I'm confused. Bailey says, is brown sauce a UK thing? Yep, it's a bitter fruit sauce. Leon says, let's hope Punk doesn't get injured this time. I think we should always hope that people aren't injured. That's pretty standard. Spider-Boss says, I want to see the meltdown of the IWC after Jey Uso becomes Mr. Money in the Bank, as in a good way, because most of them want it. Ah, yes. We have Rey Mysterio talking about one of his favourite things in Money in the Bank. He talked about being thrown off a 15-storey building. Most people don't really highlight that, and it's a shame. Sid says, my snacks are Pringles, sour cream and onion, Sharon crisps, and Haribo Star Mix. A man after my own heart. I'm a Haribo fiend. What can I say? Dax says, are you a fan of Lola Vice? Don't watch enough NXT to really say it. Christopher says, I got Sami Zayn, Bloodline, Seth Rollins, Tiffany Stratton, and Jey Uso. Quite a few different from myself then. Sid says, I first came across you in my recommended on YouTube. Clearly YouTube is doing me some favours lately. A lot of people have started to find us via the YouTube algorithm. As we get bigger and we get more views on each individual show, we get recommended more often by YouTube. A lot of this comes down to the amount of likes. Every like you give a video convinces YouTube to look at your view history, and then other people who share similar view history will find that they are recommending my content. Likes really do count. It was me, says Tom, is there any chance of a Julia Iyo Asuka group kicking out Dakota? It's not impossible. Pete welcome says, let's get ready to rumble. Sid says, I'm still going with Tiffany Stratton to win Money in the Bank, and you are welcome to do so. Spider-Boss says, I hope the winner of the Women's Money in the Bank ladder match fails the cash-in. All the Women's Money in the Bank winners have been successful cash-ins. So far, yes. Kel says, I always say that 2003-2010 TNA is actually close, if not the same level, as current WWE. It was ridiculous how good early TNA was. Backwards says, Rey Mysterio is the most invincible in WWE. You did say invisible, and I thought that was a short joke. I'm glad it clarified a bit later. Miz is talking about his dad, which is cute. Spider-Boss says Otis didn't have to grab the Money in the Bank briefcase to win in 2020. Otis just caught it. Yes. Jack has Drew McIntyre, Sami Zayn, Damian Priest, Tiffany Stratton and Bloodline as the winners. Only one prediction shared there. One says, hey Tom, I remember watching a documentary where Rey Mysterio said that the only reason Vince gave him a push in his prime was he can speak English and work out. Yeah, that works. That works. That's what Vince likes. People who can speak to him and who exercise. I don't necessarily feel that that's a lot to ask. You're a wrestler. Work out. I mean, if you don't want to, you don't have to, but you are risking your own career. We currently have 35 people watching and 35 likes. It does make it slightly awkward because I can't now sit here and say, make sure you've hit like. You probably have. In fact, it's almost certain that you have. So I've just got to kind of say, cheers guys, appreciate you. Because I do. Kathy Kelly and Chelsea Green. This is a very different show. Like, we have expectations of what a pre-show is. This is just a lot. A lot of focus on Chelsea Green and Kathy Kelly right now. What are they doing? They're climbing a thing. Chelsea Green does not seem comfortable. It's a big thing. I also don't like heights. Tell you what I don't want to do. That. I also 100% would not trust any of that machinery. I ain't hanging off nothing. Nope. Nope. I don't even want to look at it. Oh God, why you... Why? Whoa. Ho, okay. Okay. You're not being very nice right now, WWE. Think about the people who are bad with heights. Stop being selfish. Think about me. I hate what's happening right now. I can't even look at the screen. For those who don't know, me and heights, not the best of friends. I don't want to talk about it. Just accept it. Just accept it. Brother says, do you remember Cody Rhodes going after Solo? What would happen if Cody turned back into RKO? Could we have a Randy Orton or KO? Because my mind will be spoilers, but I'm not too sure. Okay. Not sure how to interpret that, if I'm honest, mate. You seem to have ideas for a lot of surprises, most of which, under Triple H, are very unlikely to happen. Dax says, Tom, do you know if the Wyatts are in the arena? I don't at this point in time. I'd imagine you're going to see a lot of people on Twitter saying, hey, they're all there, they're all there. To my knowledge, at this point in time, I'm not aware. Sai, welcome. For those not aware, we've got a lot of relatively new people in the chat at the moment. Sai is the one who creates these overlays. So I will say a massive thank you to Sai for creating another absolute banger in spoiler warning colours. Now I know it's Money in the Bank colours as well, but it's still a lovely thing. How gorgeous does that look? In fact, I've just noticed I've got the other overlay on in the background, so I'll just turn that off. And now, how gorgeous does that look? Particularly with a Money in the Bank briefcase, you can just grab it. You can just grab it. You just reach out to your screen and grab it. Reach out and touch faith. So he says, evening Tom and all. Looks like a great show. Let's get after it. Bailey says that ride in Toronto is 116 stories above the ground at CN Tower. That's not a ride. That's a death sentence. No. So I said, is Money in the Bank the right show for you if you don't like heights, Tom? It's not that I don't like heights. It's that I don't like falling. Basically. Jordan says, a very good evening, Tom and chat. Welcome, Jordan. Sid says, do you remember the Big Show versus Rey Mysterio? Wow. Quite rude there, Sid. Quite mean. Not the phrasing I would use. It was me says, that reminds me of the Iconics. If you're comparing Chelsea Green to the Iconics, it's a comparison that's certainly been made. Backward says, me and Heights also have some personal issues. Jordan says, nice one site, overlay looks great. Can only wholeheartedly agree. And Brother says, I think Chelsea is probably afraid of heights. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if Chelsea will win Money in the Bank because I'm watching her in Oh My Lord. Yep, she doesn't seem like someone who's going to be comfortable at height. Bailey says, the Edgewalk website says it's 356 metres high that Chelsea and Kathy were going to. That seems like a lot. It does. It does. Just, if there's one thing I want to communicate, feels like a lot, that. It does feel like a lot. So he says, always a pleasure and a privilege to do the overlays, combining my two favourite snacks and having roast chicken ice cream. You are a disgusting human being. You already know that, but a truly disgusting human being. Sparabus says, Drew, confusing Jey Uso with Jimmy last night was funny. Drew saying, I still don't know how you crossed the border was funny. You can get a good few laughs out of it. We have 10 minutes left until the show begins. And we've gone to a hype package, which I believe is of Seth Rollins and Damian Priest, but the audio hasn't kicked in. So we're just hearing an ad on the overlay. What I will say is that typically, when it comes to a pre-show, the last hype package is the main event. So I would suggest that if the last hype package is indeed the 6-man tag match, we should be expecting that match to main event. Pardon me. Kervin says, kickoff show 2 hours without any matches. That was a waste of time talking and talking a lot. I wouldn't say it was a waste of time. You don't have to watch a pre-show. You know there's not going to be any matches. You can just skip them. They're there for something to watch, to generate a bit of hype. And imagine this hype package is going to be great with audio. Would be lovely. But yeah, it's not a waste because you can choose not to watch it. You know there's no wrestling in it, so go around. Want to say, Tom, how come Monday spoiler warning peaks at 145 viewers, but not tonight for the pay-per-view, only 30? Because spoiler warning doesn't have competition. Basically. No one else in this field is doing a show like spoiler warning, and no one else in this field is doing a show at that time of the day. So spoiler warning has no competition. With that in mind, you certainly do know the watch parties do have competition. For example, a lot of people who go to spoiler warning also watch Wrestling Days. Wrestling Days is hosting a watch party. They'll likely go and watch Wrestling Days. I ain't blaming anyone for that. Hell no, Leon. How dare you? Kervin, that is a mean question. Believe. But we will see a high proportion of botches because it's Money in the Bank and there's just a high proportion of high-risk manoeuvres. We ain't blaming no one. So I says CN Tower is a glass blue. Scrolling past that. For those who don't know, I live in Blackpool, England. Oh. In Blackpool, England, you know what we have? You know what we have? The Blackpool Tower. You know what it has? A glass floor. Nah, mate. Nah. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to send a quick message. My partner is at a hen do tonight. I just want to say good night. We are hearing Michael Cole's introduction while we see more Judgment Day stuff on screen. The audio is there for a moment, as Dom rightly points out. And it continues to be awkward, as Thomas is saying. Yeah, Sid, I don't agree with Jerry the King Lawler either. Spider-Boss says, apart from Logan Paul screwing LA Knight and CM Punk screwing Drew, I don't see other outside interferences. That seems like more than enough. But I do think whoever the spare man of Bloodline is will be interfering as well. Backward says, I remember when they used to have 1 or 2 pre-show matches. What is that noise? I think it's the theme. We're getting Corey Graves. Corey Graves. We can't hear the pre-show because of what's going on in the arena. They've switched the audio too early. Yeah, that sounds like enough interference, to be honest, and there'll be plenty of it. Dax says, what has been the Raw segment of the year? Hard to say. It's probably the Drew McIntyre, Seth Rollins and CM Punk one. I really enjoyed that. Spider-Boss says, I felt bad after Baron Corbin failed his Money in the Bank cash-in 2017. Yeah, that was a thing. He won the briefcase and basically did absolutely nothing with it. We are now shifting to talking about the new Bloodline and the 6-man tag match. This does indeed suggest that our main event will be Cody Rhodes. You gotta feel for Damian Priest. His entire World Heavyweight Championship run has been relegated to the lower card. I feel for the guy, and in fact, I'ma tweet that. When it comes to these shows, I also do some tweets, I do some promotions, I try and let people know I'm live. So, Damian Priest has had a strong World Heavyweight Championship run, but you wouldn't believe it. given that WWE clearly doesn't have him in another main event. Even with Seth Rollins, it's not the spotlight he deserves. And then I'm going to go to my channel. I'm going to get a link to this show right here that you're currently watching on YouTube, which is there. 28 people watching. Welcome everyone. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. I'm going to grab the link and I'm going to stick that in. That's not the link, is it? Paste as plain text. And then, in addition to that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab a link to that and I'm going to drop that directly in the chat. That way, pardon me, once I put that link in the chat, I can pin it to the top. And one of the many ways you can help the growth of this channel is by clicking on that pinned link at the top and sharing that tweet. So I do tend to tweet things during the show, just trying to advertise the fact that you can watch this show. Nobody has to do it. I'm not saying anyone has to do it. I'm just saying that this is an option to help support the show. Thank you very kindly if you do consider it. Trish Stratus is in the ring, the host of Money in the Bank. The last hype package was indeed for Damian Priest and Seth Rollins. Interesting. May make a lie of a good old-fashioned report from PW Insider. That was a Rock reference, by the way. What can I say except you're welcome? Interesting. Spiderball says Michael Cole roasting Dominic yesterday on the Money in the Bank kickoff. Damian Priest got pissed off just because Michael Cole mentioned Liv, and why wouldn't you? Yes, Sean, I did see Bad Blood in October. You know we got Bad Blood. It used to be Mad Love. Sean says technically Miz failed his cash in, but for some odd reason was given back the briefcase. Yeah, I still don't understand that. Still have no idea. It's weird. And Erisome. Oh, Irvsome. Weird. Pete says, you've seen the glass bridge that cracks as you walk over it? No thanks. No, I haven't seen that. And please never mention it again. Sorry, are you in Canada singing the American National Anthem? Is Trish going to beat the hell out of Samantha Irving? What's happening right now? Is this supposed to be a July 4th thing? This is just very awkward. You're on the wrong show, guys. Q43 says, if you live in Blackpool, does that make you an honorary member of the Blackpool Combat Club? Yeah. Fact. Dom says this is going to be very, very interesting. Kevin says nobody's going to watch AW Collision over Money in the Bank. Some people will. There are people who don't enjoy WWE. Those people exist. Backwards says glass floors are nasty. My brother did a FaceTime with me one time while he was on top of the Calgary Tower. It's like a mini CN tower. Sid says, what time does Money in the Bank finish in the UK? It's expected to finish around 3 a.m. I expect that to be an overrun. Bailey says, speaking of Baron Corbin, why is he not on the main roster? He is. He's just not being used right now. Sai says, if we're closing with a six-man tag, I smell a big angle to finish. Possibly. Jey Uso running down to help. Jimmy Uso return. There are options. We did just have a Rock reference. Devil says, I'd really like to see Melo win Money in the Bank. Would do a lot more for him than Jey, and also what do you expect to happen in Seth versus Damian? I expect plenty of Judgment Day, and I expect Seth Rollins to take the loss with grace. But not really. Kevin says, I want female finally cashing in at WrestleMania, because it's only the men cashing in Seth Rollins and Damian Priest. Dom says, I'm guessing Seth is opening the show. Then I kind of like the either let me set the bar or end the show theory. Being popular with Roman. And now we have the Canadian national anthem. Okay. One says, Damian Priest as a world champion so far to me has been booked like a mid-carder and no outrage. But Swerve Strickland, oh boy, they go overboard. Okay. Sai says, link shared in Discord also. Thank you, Sai, I appreciate you. Carl says, Trish is incredible. One says, the world champion should always main event the pay-per-view, even he's really a star. Devil says, Triple H says, there's a few surprises in the tank. What does he mean by that? Surprises? As in, you've not seen everything yet. You'll never see it coming. Backwards says, it seems very awkward because Canada Day is on July 1st. Maybe that's why they're doing both. And Kevin says, I was surprised only one women's match tonight. Disrespect. They were intending to have Liv Morgan versus Lena Vega, I should say, on the card. Chose not to, and instead put Sami Zayn and Bron Breakker on there. Spider-Boss says, I never got why WWE repeated the first women's Money in the Bank ladder match after Carmella won the Money in the Bank 2017. Because Carmella didn't win, James Ellsworth won. Hello, Wiggly, nice to see you. I guess I am a little ahead of you, yes. The show has officially started now. I do suspect this show is going to run over. It's just, unfortunately, pretty standard. They already run over with the intro. Then he says, anyone buying Money in the Bank on TNT Sports in the UK? I'm not. I've got it on the network. Why would I buy it? Pay for the network. I stand by it. Lauren says, AJ or Cena tonight? I don't know. John Cena's rumoured, and certainly if the six-man tag is main eventing, John Cena would make a lot of sense. AJ wouldn't. But after all, WWE can make it make sense after the fact. Let's never forget that. WWE do have a habit of making things make sense after the fact. That is a tall little spiky building. The Bloodline have arrived. All, importantly, all in sunglasses. Because if you're not wearing sunglasses, what's the point in being there? Wiggly, I'm happy with the result. I'm eager to see what they do with it. That's as far as I'll go. Kevin Owens wearing probably the best shorts I've ever seen in my entire life. That is a man who just looks amazing. Randy Orton looking like Randy Orton. I'd imagine he's not wearing trousers because he's Randy Orton. And if there's one thing to know about Randy Orton, he doesn't wear trousers. It definitely seems like our six-man tag will main event. They're hyping that up quite nicely. We even get a reminder of Trish Stratus being there by looking at Trish Stratus arriving there. Kervin says, I understand Triple H doesn't want a lot of matches. Kickoff show would have been perfect. Have Zelina Vega versus Liv Morgan match. Yes, but then what would have been on Raw? Why do you have Seth, why do you have a yo-yo? Also, is that real facial hair for Dominic Mysterio? Why is Carlito there? Like, I know he's been involved with them, but you're backing up Damian Priest. Is he like formally a member now? What is that facial hair? But, guys, a yo-yo. Why? Why, Seth? Why? Tweeting it. A yo-yo? Why, Seth? Why? I have to know. I have to know. No, Wiggly, why would I do that? I'm not a football channel. You know this. Spider-Ball says, it got my attention when The Rock mentioned on the WrestleMania documentary his final boss character is the all-time best heel. There is better heels than The Rock. There is, but let's be fair, he's only just started. We've only just begun to live. Devil says Solo talking about Roman letting down the family like he wasn't not in 34 at one point is funny. Yeah, but you're supposed to forget that. Just, shh, how dare you. Cal says we saw Gable and Heyman murdered back to back. Yeah, but they got better. One says maybe WWE can have AJ Lee run and cost Drew Money in the Bank by knocking the ladder down. Something similar to 2013 when she knocked the ladder down and cost Cena to put over Ziggler. Maybe, maybe not. Sai says yo-yos are a thing again in the US and Rubik's Cubes. Well, they shouldn't be. Yo-yos stopped being a thing when I was 8 years old here in the UK. They don't get to come back around. Ricky says, hi Tom buddy, good to see you. I'm ready for tonight. Good to know, good to know. We all got to be hyped for this one. We all got to be hyped because it is an exciting time. Money in the Bank ladder matches always deliver. Always deliver. And I can't wait for it. Kevin says this is why The Rock calls Seth Rollins a clown. Rock called Seth Rollins a lot of things. The Rock needs to check himself a bit more often. Are you actually helping? Because more often than not, the answer is no. Now, over the course of the pre-show, our viewership did reduce. I'd imagine a lot of people were waiting, expecting that we were actually going to start showing the entire event. I'm not going to. It's just my old face. We are down to 24 people watching, but we do have 46 likes, meaning we're quite close to 50. Usually, 50 likes is a huge amount for a watch party, so doing really well so far. 4 more gets us to 50. Double check, if you please, if you've already hit that like button, because if you haven't, I'd very much appreciate it. Would very much appreciate it. My tweet about AJ Lee seems to be doing well. 2,598 views so far. Going to drop some likes on some responses because I see a lot of people who are responding. Love it, love it, love it. So many likes. So many likes. Happy about it. We are live, we are in, and we are going. There is a ladder in the walkway. There is a men's Money in the Bank briefcase in the air. Seemed natural to say what's about to start happening. I'm excited for this one. I'm very excited for this one. I just feel like I haven't been able to sit and watch too much wrestling lately. I've had to skip through a little bit of the wrestling on SmackDown and Raw because I just don't have time because of the other house as well. So it's nice to be able to sit down and enjoy a full wrestling match. Spider-Boss says Dominic Mysterio with a mustache looks as a stereotype Mexican, aka Speedy Gonzalez. Wouldn't go that far. Devil says, just a prediction. I predict just as Drew is about to grab the briefcase, after AJ Lee's music hits and pushes him off. A lot of people really thinking we're going to see AJ Lee. We're about to find out. So I says, I went to this arena 20 years ago for SummerSlam 2004. Orton won his first world title that night. Yep, he absolutely did against Name Redacted. Wants to say, Tom, do you miss when Money in the Bank was included for WrestleMania pay-per-views back then? No, I like it being its own show. It gives it a good place on the calendar. And honestly, I just found it quite exciting. Andrew Quinn says, hello, Tom. Hope you're okay. Sorry it's been a while. Hasn't been that long, mate. No worries. I've been going through a stressful time, but I'm excited. Just had one of my energy drinks to keep me awake for the full show. Welcome to the show, mate. Good to see you. Jey Uso is our first entrance. We worked our way through the crowd to get to him, and now he is working his way through the crowd. Already have lights on phones. Guys, let's not get Jey Uso in trouble. Okay? Let's not get Jey Uso in trouble. Cal says, I think Drew will win the match and then Punk will cost him in the cash-in. And Dom says, yeet. Did somebody say yeet? You said yeet, mate. In fact, I think you said yeet twice. You're a double yeeter. You're a fancy yeeterist. Are you a picky yeeter? You know the whole reason that yeet now has good old-fashioned SEO is because of Eat It or Yeet It by Smosh. Michael Cole is yeeting. To be clear, that ain't a yeet. Yeet means throw away. Jey Uso is not the Gen Z champion. God, that'd be an awful championship, wouldn't it? Gen Z championship. Basically, just be, look, Michael Cole, Jesus Christ, stop it. I do not support that. That is not cool. Carlito needs to come down and just hit him. Kevin, you're obsessed with this. You need to move on. I ain't supporting botches. I ain't supporting waiting for them. I'm going to try and support wrestlers. The 2 Money in the Bank ladder matches are why I expect this show to go beyond 3 hours. I expect they're going to be 40, 50 minutes with all the entrances included. Only about 20 minutes of actual wrestling, because they tend to be quite brief with all the carnage. But with all the entrances, it's going to take a long time. We're still in our first entrance and it's been 10 minutes already. Fly says Michael Cole is having the time of his damn life and bless him for it. It does remind me a lot of Pat McAfee and Shinsuke Nakamura. I miss Boogs. Boogs was great. Boogs was great. Spider-Boss says if Jey Uso wins the Money in the Bank briefcase, he'll be the first member of the Noi family that became Mr. Money in the Bank. Also says I would love to see Big E as one of the SmackDown announcers. He doesn't want that to my knowledge. I don't think it would necessarily fit his skill set so well. You know they re-recorded his entire theme song just to replace the line down since with It's Just Me Oos. They re-recorded the whole thing. Seems unnecessary. But they lost the master. Andrade now entering the ring. There's a number of wrestlers in this match who have no chance of winning it. Andrade, Carmelo Hayes, for example, who are there to be the high flyers. If Ricochet was still with the company, he would undoubtedly have been in this match just to fly around. Logan Paul was much the same last year, and in fact Ricochet was again. Andrade has not received a lot of love so far from the WWE Universe. Or, you know, fans, as they're actually called. While he certainly has been more featured in WWE than AEW, I don't necessarily know that he's in a better place. Devil says Drew winning Money in the Bank, then Punk coming to cost him later in the night as he cashes in, would make him the biggest hater of all time. Well, you think AJ Lee's going to be involved, so does that not make her that? Kevin says no Tom because Clash of the Castle, a lot of people slamming Jade Cargill, that's why. So what? A lot of people have problems with the ropes. I'd imagine they fixed it. If they haven't, WWE is seriously screwing up. No crowd reaction at all for Andrade. Roof comes off the place for LA Knight, whose presentation is very different from Andrade. He literally just walks down to the ring. But it's okay, because he's wearing a jacket. He's got the strut. Again, no chance of winning, but he's there to basically pop the crowd. Watch him win now. Did he just intentionally go under a ladder? You absolute hoodlum. What a monster. Do you remember? I remember that. Last year when I said Damian Priest is going to win it. And the favourite by far was LA Knight. And I was just like, nah, Damian Priest is going to win it. And then Damian Priest won it. Good times. Okay, that's 3 out of 6. We're getting there. Bit by bit. Spider-Boss says Andrade couldn't make it in AEW. Also couldn't make it in his 2 runs in WWE. Do you think the mic skills are a problem with Andrade? Yes. The WWE doesn't necessarily like pushing people who struggle to communicate in matches. Though what I will say is that Andrade's English is a lot better than it was when he first debuted in the main roster. Good response for Chad Gable so far. Good response. One says if Ricochet does sign with AEW, he'll feel like everyone else because they have like 30 wrestlers who fly like him. In WWE, very few fly like Ricochet. He won't feel like everyone else because they'll put him straight against Will Ospreay and they'll make some magic. Pete says, I've got the strut, but I'm having the op soon. Good to know, mate. Good to know. Cal says, LA Knight doesn't need a belt, to be honest. You say that. But if there's one thing I know, it's that Twitter is always right. And Twitter says LA Knight needs to be pushed. And this isn't enough. Thomas says, I'd love it if Chad Gable won. Me too. I'm keeping an eye on Chad Gable. Bit of a dark horse. I would love it if he won the briefcase and then immediately got attacked. I also have to give WWE credit. Getting the sponsorship from the boys. We're currently looking at a picture of Cody Rhodes in the sponsorship. It's just beautiful. It's exactly everything I want. Carmelo Hayes, who, let's be fair, is going to get seriously hurt tonight. That's kind of his job. He's going to do something kind of dumb, but very entertaining. I think it's clever that they're ending the entrances with Drew McIntyre. He's the right guy for the job. Juan, let's cool our jets on that one a little bit. We're not getting to 100 likes on a watch party. That just isn't something that happens, unfortunately. These are not so well attended as spoiler warnings are, and we often struggle to get to 100 likes in spoiler warnings. We do well, and I'm very grateful to everyone for supporting the channel the way that they do, but I don't want to get overexcited. It's just incredibly unlikely. So that leaves us with Drew McIntyre and also a sign in the crowd that said Cheese Wizard. So that makes me happy. There are a few people who started wearing white. Jey Uso is in the white. A mixed reaction for Drew McIntyre. He's very NWO. A CM Punk chant, naturally. There are definitely people who favour Drew McIntyre over CM Punk. You don't hear so much from them, but there are definitely people. Thomas says, just imagine Gunter wins at SummerSlam, then Gable cashes in on him and finally beats Gunter. I may have mentioned that exact concept on Friday's spoiler warning. Rob and Dave, Ringside News didn't say that. Peter Insider said that, and Ringside News repeated it for them. It's interesting seeing people quote different sources, different individuals, for a report that actually came out via Peter Insider. Glenn says, this will be interesting which way this match goes. I agree. There's a few good options here. No worries, Rob and Dave. I'm just ensuring that you know what the original source was. There are a few good options. McIntyre wouldn't be a bad option. Jey Uso would be a good option. Chad Gable would be a good option. I don't necessarily think LA Knight will be a good option. He has a date with Logan Paul at SummerSlam, as I mentioned previously. That was originally planned for WrestleMania, but was thrown to the side once Randy Orton became available again. So we have a few options. There's also a sign in the crowd that Drew's just spotted saying Punk 3, Drew 0. Carl says Drew will yap for the whole of Raw if Punk costs him tonight. Spider-Boss says Carmelo Hayes with a star in NXT. Hasn't done much on the main roster. I think Melo will be a good USA champion. I mean, LA Knight versus Carmelo Hayes would be the way to get there, though I do think Carmelo Hayes versus Logan Paul would be very entertaining. They be flyers. McIntyre tensing his boobs. If there's going to be a fire, there must first be tense boobs. It is a law of the world. Jey Uso with his jacket on. Jey Uso with his jacket off. Jacket on, jacket off, jacket on, jacket off. LA Knight making a point of standing near Carmelo Hayes. Lots of jockeying for position right now. I think LA Knight remembered that he's supposed to be on the other side of the ring. No, he was communicating with Carmelo Hayes because LA Knight basically just decided who fights who. Like, they knew that it was going to be one-on-one briefly, and LA Knight's the one basically saying, okay, you know you're first. Okay, you know who you're going for. Cool, let's go. I like it. LA Knight being ring veteran. In fact, we're still with the same pairings right now. So we do have Jey Uso and Chad Gable in one section. LA Knight and Carmelo Hayes in another. Drew McIntyre and Andrade are currently on the outside. Good pop for Jey Uso and LA Knight having a bit of a one-on-one Barney here. Cal says if Punk cost Drew, he's going to TNA at this point. Possibly. But it also means that Drew didn't do a good enough job beating him up. So he'll just have to do it again. Carmelo Hayes waiting for his moment to push a ladder into the ring. Chad Gable doing much the same. We have ladders. Now, I'd imagine those aren't the big enough ladders. Nearly missed a suicide dive. How dare you? There is pretty infamously, in all ladder matches, one ladder that's too small and one ladder that's just big enough. Good old-fashioned free bears. Interesting to see Cody Rhodes being advertised on the outside barricades. Cody Rhodes showing up on the ringside area during the men's Money in the Bank ladder match is certainly a choice. Yes, I know. But that don't matter, does it? Let's see what sort of things we get for that one. Chad Gable and Drew McIntyre now in the ring. I do have, usually during a watch party, things work out similarly. During the actual matches, people calm it down. People speak a little less. Sometimes I'd imagine I get muted. Fair enough. So we do tend to... Oh, Andrade! That was lovely. We do tend to have a lot more of me running through the actual match events as we go through it. I then become your alternative commentary, and overall, pretty happy with that. It's fun. Lovely leg drop, springboard off the top rope for Andrade. Chad Gable also made a point of not dropping too quickly, which is clever. And Drew McIntyre genuinely just took a ladder to the face. LA Knight also good sell. Glenn wants to see a Yeetner, yeah. Cal says that would actually be cool, Tom, for Drew to have a match in TNA for the belt and Punk to cost him there. Sort of know where he goes, he'll be screwed over by Punk. Could lead to a Hell in a Cell later on. I wouldn't hate that. That would be a really good way to get eyes on TNA. Carmelo Hayes taking the opportunity to take Andrade off a ladder. Andrade turning at just the right time. That was beautifully done. Andrade is trying to kick over the ladder, it looks like. No, he's okay. A very nice takedown. We want tables, chants Toronto very loudly. So I said, did they just try and rerun that Damian Priest rope swap from Glasgow in the ladder? That's dangerous. I mean, it was planned. Chad Gable had already put his leg through. Carmelo Hayes going for something else on the ladder. Took a moment too long. Oh. I'm going to say an inverted Spanish fly. That was beautiful. Our first big swear word. Gorgeous moonsault by both men. That's going to get Andrade some fans. Corey Graves confirms it was an inverted Spanish fly. Jey Uso and Drew McIntyre now in the ring. These two do indeed have a little bit of history. Another CM Punk chant echoes through the arena. They are desperately trying to put off Drew McIntyre. Also, there be yeetage. Jey Uso with the spear. Jey Uso for once getting one over on Drew McIntyre there. Aaron said Baron Corbin and Apollo Crews from the Dudley Boys get the tables. I mean, interesting choices there. I mean, there already are Dudley Boys, so I'd go with them, really. Bailey said, did you say earlier Sunday was your birthday? Yes, I did. Technically, it's been my birthday for 25 minutes. I forgot about that. I don't really celebrate. It's just another day for me. I'm used to being very poor. I historically have not had enough money to really celebrate birthdays, and I've never been celebrated, really. It's why I get really self-conscious when you guys are nice. Absolute deadlift German there from Chad Gable on Drew McIntyre. Gable looking fantastic right now. Oh, caught Carmelo Hayes in midair. Beautifully done. O'Connor roll. Deadlift. And turned. Slight twist in that to make sure there was no chance of Carmelo Hayes hitting the ladder. Gable just getting a bit of revenge, and he's got a little bit of arse hanging out, which I'm grateful for. Dude, German suplex a ladder. You absolute unit. Bit of love there from the crowd. Fair play. Sai says the briefcase looks like it's about ready to fall down. It does. You still suck. Chance the crowd. This is very much Kurt Angle 2.0. And you know what? I'm thrilled with it. LA Knight stops Chad Gable, a feud I would not hate to see. Big chant of yeah for every boot. Gotta say, kind of loving it, kind of loving it. And he needs a turnbuckle. Chad Gable looks almost too good right now. Dragon screw. Oh, gonna be a lot of screwing in this match. Beautifully done. So far today, if anyone has not yet subscribed, please be aware that we've gained 15 new subscribers, a beautiful number, and one that overall, I've got to say, very happy with. Thank you to everyone who's subscribed today, and thank you for everyone who is considering subscribing and has not yet done so. If that is something that you want to do, you will get watch parties. Oh, a neck breaker on the edge of the ladder. That's going to hurt. You will get watch parties for SummerSlam and for almost every other WWE PLE, excluding Saudi Arabia shows. So I hope you thoroughly enjoy it. We also currently have 51 likes. A very good start overall. Carmelo Hayes has pulled LA Knight out. Carmelo Hayes and Chad Gable so far have been the most involved in this matchup. Tom says the ladder even went to Suplex City. Cal says, happy birthday, mate. Have a great day. Can definitely relate to that. I live in one of the poorest areas in the Northwest. I prioritise spending at Christmas over celebrating my birthday. I respect you for that, Carl. I understand what you're saying with that. I come from a very poor background. It's why I'm thrilled that I've been able to buy a house for my children. Bailey says, what was the subscriber goal for the end of 2024? I didn't have a subscriber goal this year. My goal this year was for 1 million views. I am not on track to achieve that because with the house purchase, I have not been creating videos as regularly as I had been previously. In order to achieve 1 million views, which is still possible, I would need to be producing a lot of shorts. Not impossible, and something I do plan to return to, but at the moment, I'm only creating live content, and it is meaning that a lot of good days are coming from that live content. Carmelo Hayes now climbing. He did just have a quick check to see if Chad Gable was there. Triple H has instructed people to stop climbing the ladder so slowly. Carmelo Hayes did have to take his time there. We have the big ladder and the little ladder. What did I say? Ricky says, I'm going to miss you when you go on your 2-week being gone, Tom. I appreciate that. That 2-week break will also be one of the reasons we don't hit 1 million views so far this year. But so far, this stream, 634. A good number. Okay. Chad Gable is straddling. Andrade be climbing, but nobody's anywhere near that briefcase. Cal says, that's everyone's goal, I think, if your kids, future kids, a childhood you didn't have. And I'm very happy to say that so far, it's a dream that I can make come true. Sai says, I've never understood what the practical purpose of double-sided ladder serves outside of wrestling. Fair. Did Andrade get bounced off or did he just sort of fall? McIntyre attacking a ladder. Too many ladders, guys. Get rid of the small one. You don't need the small one. Literally every time Drew McIntyre's having a good moment, the chance of CM Punk begin. You got to give credit to the fans for this one. Robin Dave says, what got me interested is what Triple H said, the landscape is going to change. Claymore puts Andrade out of the ring. Andrade's had a couple of good moments so far, but nothing sustained. The inverted Spanish fly certainly is highlight. Drew McIntyre climbing the ladder, and can I just say, that ladder is buckling. That ladder is buckling. And Drew McIntyre's got to be careful putting his weight on the left side. That was a bad ladder hit from LA Knight. He needs to actually commit to doing it. McIntyre down, angling himself. Well done, LA Knight. Drew McIntyre was angling himself for the frog splash. LA Knight helped because it would have been very awkward for Drew McIntyre to get into that spot. LA Knight so far, the classic ring general, is doing fantastic work. Carl, I disagree. Chad Gable is not a cosplay. I would say he's an improvement. The next level, the next generation. Two faces climbing the ladder now, Jey Uso and LA Knight. About 10 minutes into the match so far. Giving the crowd a chance to shout their one-word catchphrases. Daniel Bryan has a lot to answer for. This feels like something that's going nowhere. Carmelo Hayes has just slid into the ring. It's always disappointing when people hit the ropes when pushed off the ladder. Nice from Carmelo Hayes. Good little dive. He's definitely coming out of this looking damn good. Leg drop. Jey Uso didn't quite show for it in the way I would have liked. Can see Chad Gable moving into a good position off camera. Hayes is climbing quickly. Andrade's also got a ladder. People need to move quicker. Carmelo Hayes is there. Andrade's trying. Pulls Carmelo Hayes away. And just throws the ladder at him. I suspect he was supposed to use the ladder to get Carmelo Hayes off the ladder, but he realised he was running out of time and called an audible. I give him credit for that. I definitely give him credit for that. Andrade now climbing. Cal says, I remember when the 2012 Money in the Bank match was just Cena Big Show. Can't remember the other two. I believe The Miz was in it, wasn't he? With all former champions. This feels like we're about to see a code red onto a ladder. And we do. Not quite a code red, sunset flip powerbomb. I also like that it was elevated by LA Knight. LA Knight made that one happen. And overall, very good. Chad Gable, again, you can see him just preparing for the next spot. LA Knight dropped off and tried to clear the ring, repositioned the ladder. Again, you'll see he's not taking his time to climb, which means Chad Gable has to be ready. No, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. Too close to the ropes, mate. Goes for the boots. Just a lot happening. Again, mate, you're not doing that. LA Knight definitely hit his head there. Belly to... Really? Belly to belly? Oh! The amount of trust that LA Knight just put into Chad Gable is incredible. That is an endorsement of Chad Gable and a half. Belly to belly has certainly done a lot of damage. Chad Gable's in... Oh, he has it. Jey Uso took too long to do that. Chad Gable is hanging. So far, no interference in the 15-minute or so match. Chad Gable falls beautifully. There's a spear incoming. Jey Uso also, hysterically, ran back first into the head of the other ladder. So it says, fun fact that I think I break out every year. Chris Jericho invented the concept of Money in the Bank. He did indeed. Very proud of it. The camera is hiding the ring. However... Oh! Drew McIntyre torpedoing the ladder into Jey Uso's face. That is a claymore. That might be it. If there's a CM Punk, now's the time. Drew McIntyre is not taking his time here. Drew McIntyre was the favourite until a late rally from Jey Uso. Drew McIntyre is Mr. Money in the Bank. He has defied the odds. And I do think tonight might well be the cash-in, and CM Punk might well be in attendance. I did mention during spoiler warning on Friday that Drew McIntyre's name had come up a lot. He was the betting favourite until the last day. And WWE betting odds have been defying the odds recently under Triple H. Cal says Andrade was cooking. Hunt says, remember back in 2007, WrestleMania 23, Money in the Bank, Jeff Hardy did a swanton on Edge and both were carted off. I believe Mr. Kennedy won. Mr. Kennedy. Okay, guys, let me know what you thought of that match. What rating do you give it? I really enjoyed it. Lots of high-impact stuff. No botches to speak of. Good action. A nice surprise of a winner. The fact that they were hiding the ring for the last moment gave the game away a little bit for me, that Jey Uso wasn't winning. Also, he was fiddling a little bit with it. When the camera went off the entire ring, it did give the game away a little bit. But I'm not unhappy at all with that winner. Personally, I'd have him keep it. I'd have CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre at SummerSlam for the Money in the Bank briefcase. I'd have Drew McIntyre win and challenge Gunther a Bash at Berlin. Drew McIntyre wins the Money in the Bank briefcase. Just a fantasy book. I'd have him keep it. I'd have CM Punk challenge him for it at SummerSlam and lose. And the Raw after, McIntyre challenges Gunther for Bash at Berlin. We really are advertising the boys because we're seeing a lot of Homelander. Oh, I didn't see the Voight logo. That's beautiful. I get what they're going for with that. Drew McIntyre definitely fits the bill. Definitely. So, what ratings are people giving it? Dom gave the match a 9. Juan gave the match a 9 as well. Sai says it's solid 8.5. Great opener. I think we may get the cash-in attempt tonight. Here's me says no Punk bracelet on his wrist, so maybe later tonight. Cal says I really thought we'd see Howdy. Still time. Sai says Dom and Cal have persuaded me. 9. Cal gives it a 9 as well. Dom and Juan, get what you're saying. Pete gives it a 7. Bailey gives it a 9. Blue, welcome mate, didn't see you come in. Says an 8 because Jay didn't win. Jack gives it an 8 as well. Brad gives it a 9. Andy gives it an 8. Marcel gives it an 8.5. Ricky says I don't like it. Jay should have won. Jordan says very good match. 9 out of 10. Ooh. Rhea Ripley making a WWE appearance in mid-August. Charlotte Flair as well. And Paul Heyman. Interesting. Jordan says 9 out of 10, very good match. Thomas says 9 out of 10. Gable came out of that looking like a world champion. Averted Vision says sources is wrong. What sources are you referring to there, mate? It was me, says Tom, definitely agree with your Drew plans. Joey says Drew didn't need the briefcase, kind of wasted. Nobody ever needs anything, to be fair. Billy says, hello Tom, great to see you and the staying live again. It is the second to last time you will see that wall. The second to last time you will see that wall. Sai says this is a lot of Amazon Prime advertising for a company about to start on Netflix. Now's the time to take that cash. Backer says the Chad Gable bump was disgusting. And Jack says I said Drew was going to win, then try to cash it in and is stopped by Punk tonight. Seems a bit obvious, but also, why not? Punk is that petty. And Glenn says what a fantastic match. Priest and Seth definitely got more interesting tonight. It does definitely add a little more intrigue to that one. We've just reached 53 viewers. A lot of people want to talk about that Drew McIntyre finish. We also have 53 likes, which means a few of you have not yet hit the like button. If you can, please remember to hit that thumbs up. It really helps to drive traffic to this show and helps us to find new audiences. It really helps growth and helps me to one day potentially go full time. We also, funnily, just hit 1,011 views. So we've not quite been going for 2 hours yet. 1,011 views. Lots of people are finding this show. Next up, Sami Zayn defends the Intercontinental Championship against Bron Breakker. And I'm going to be real blunt with you guys. I do not fancy Sami Zayn's chances. Sami Zayn's been a good champion. He's wrestled against Gunther. He's wrestled against Chad Gable. He's about to wrestle against Bron Breakker, and I do not fancy his chances. Blue says, nice to see you, Tom. Nice to know it's one of the last times we'll see that wall. Indeed. The next time you see me after Monday's show will be a brand new wall, which I'm currently breaking down. Or the other wall connected to it, which is terribly painted bright green. Guys, there's work to do in the house. Bailey says, will there be advertising on Netflix? Yes, there will. Carl says, pray for Sami. Blue says, I really like that Drew won because it sold the beating and gave Punk more. If Punk could, he'd be there. You say that. There is still time. There is still time. Eric says, why call Jay main event if he fails every big opportunity he gets? He was called main event because he was main eventing during a pandemic. He hasn't really been the main event for a long time. Blue says Sammy's getting broken. Koo says, pardon me. Koo says Carmelo Hayes is a future world champion. Amazing performance. Bear with. He was a huge part of that match, and I do feel he's definitely earned himself some new fans. It was me says this is going to be a Warrior versus Honky Tonk Man Crush match. It could be worse. It could be the Warrior versus Triple H match from WrestleMania 12. Who remembers that? Triple H does. Sai says, I'm interested to see how Samantha Irvin announces Breaker after the Ricochet angle. She likes to add to the angles. She does, and I do feel she could potentially add a little bit to this. She could potentially just refuse. Log says, who won the men's Money in the Bank? Drew McIntyre. Drewsuf is now your Mr. Money in the Bank. One says, why did AEW use the hot potato as the TNT champion? Never understood that. No idea. I don't book the thing. Brad says I do. Brad do. Sorry, is this an Iceland Eurovision entry from 4 years ago? Bron Breaker's theme, very much derivative of an old Iceland Eurovision entry. I think it was actually 2019. Guys, stick it on YouTube in the background. Iceland Eurovision 2019. I promise you it's there. Blue says Amazon advertising will still be a thing on US PLEs because of Peacock, right? For now, yes. Blue says new theme, still bad. Generic. Log says, who won the women's Money in the Bank? Well, it hasn't happened yet. There's only been one match on the show. But if you want all the results before they happen, please do let me look at my crystal ball. Becky Lynch won. Cal says, Drew was World Heavyweight Champion for 5 minutes and he'll only be Mr. Money in the Bank for a little amount of time. Jack has got Sami for this one. Blue says, you're not wrong about what it sounds like. Check it out. I genuinely think if you guys listen to it, you'll immediately hear it. It was me, says, not a fan of this ring gear. Should have been a better Steiner Brothers tribute. And Sai says, there's a great and knowledgeable crowd in here tonight. Thanks, guys. Seeing the tribute, sneaking it in. Talking about Peacock. Absolutely. What we do more than anything else, and what's important more than anything else on this platform, is that we are the most well-informed chat in wrestling. Primarily because you guys make sure that you know what you're talking about before you say it. That's why we source. That's why we challenge. That's why we always make sure to ask why. I'm able to share what I can share. I am very proud to be hosting a show where people know what is happening. P says, I'm just here for the snack talk. Billy says a new theme song is pretty bad. If it had been the Iceland Eurovision entry from 2019, I would have loved it. Blue says no special entrance for Sami. He's definitely dead. Dead is an extreme. Dead's a little extreme. I do think Bron Breakker is going to destroy Sami Zayn. We're right here. It's about to happen, and we're already nearly an hour into the show, so it's not going to be long. But, you know, I don't know. I can see, but it's helping my chat rate, so I'm just going to let it slide for now. If it gets egregious, I'll press the buttons. Robin Day says, I get why Drew won, but where does this leave Jey? Exactly where he was beforehand. I did say, about a month ago, the push for Jey Uso is over until the Bloodline Civil War. Thomas says, Sami will survive somehow. So he says, I like how the timing is lining up here. If Sami's losing the belt, I see him being dropped back into the Bloodline story with Roman's return. Fair. I'm not sure what Sami will do at SummerSlam, to be honest. That kind of works. It was me says, does Bron take a hell of a kick and no sell it, then run to the rope and drop Sami with the spear? I expect not. I don't think he would do that much damage to Sami. I think he'd rather, beat him up. But I do kind of suspect this is going to be a Goldberg match. Log thinks Sami is retaining. Devil says, how long do you see this match going? I say it takes 10 minutes for Bron to finish him off. Stranger things have happened than a win here for Sami Zayn. I still don't see it. Now, I have lost my Twitch chat, so... Oof. So if you're watching on Twitch, please be aware that I'm just going to log back into the Twitch chat on my phone so I can see where we're up to. It just randomly opened someone. My channel. That's what I want. I need to watch my own stream to make sure I don't miss anything in the chat. Nope, we're good. Yep, we're good. Okay, so I'll leave that there just in case. This brings back memories. Devil says, how long do you see this match going? I say it takes 10 minutes for Bron to finish him off. I'd say at least 10 minutes. I don't think it'll be a squash. I just think it'll be very clear that Bron Breakker is, quote-unquote, the guy now. Once the 60 likes, let's keep going. I mean, you really invested, mate, but again, I wouldn't put too much emphasis on the likes during this one. Bron Breakker, hands behind his back, challenging Sami Zayn to hit him. Open-handed slap. Disrespectful. So says, I really don't see this being a squash. Kevin says, what if Cody Rhodes cashes in on Cody... Sorry, what if Drew McIntyre cashes in on Cody Rhodes' title? It's not impossible. It's really not impossible. Eric says, about the briefcase, how do you think Jey is going to get back to Jimmy and Roman? I think they're just going to ignore completely. Like, I genuinely think they will just completely ignore the brand split. That's the word. Because Triple H, not a fan of it. Not a fan of it at all. Cal says, only way I can see Sami winning is a Sheamus interference. I mean, that wouldn't really help anyone. Thomas says, think Bron will lose tonight. We'll then have a rematch at SummerSlam where he destroys Sami just like Brock did to John Cena 10 years to the date. Bron Breakker had to move there to be caught by that moonsault. Well read by Bron Breakker. But Sami did make a mistake there. He didn't quite get the elevation he was looking for. The rotation wasn't quite there. Bron Breakker had to step forward to receive it. Otherwise, Sami Zayn would have landed on his head. Good catch. So he says, Breakker has been keen to distance himself from his dad and uncle in the pre-event press. They're trying to box him in with the Steiners, and good on him for wanting to stand on his own. There were definitely days when Charlotte Flair also did the same. Cal says, to be honest, I feel Howdy will target Jey and he reconnects with his family. I don't see that at the moment. Howdy at the moment is a face, and that would certainly undermine that. Cal also says, I think Bron will squash a lot of people. I think you're probably right with that one. Unfortunately, Corey Graves already talking about the Steiners. They won't quite let him away with that one. Drive-by says, Shock Drew won, thought it would be Jey. Jey Uso was the betting favourite right before the show started. Seems like Triple H has managed to keep some things quiet. Now we're starting to get to Bron Breakker as Brock Lesnar, which is a comparison we're going to see made a lot later. Sai also says this is pretty much Brock's moveset. We're going Suplex City. The crowd chanting, let's go Sami, but I can't sit here and say with confidence that Sami's going to get what he needs there. Cal says Bron is so good. He's incredibly polished with his work. Running knee, very similar to Dakota Kai. Yes, I made that comparison. Live with it. Yo, Moxie, nice to see you, mate. Good to see you joining us. Sami Zayn starting to fight back. This is a little more reminiscent of John Cena, Brock Lesnar, which was a squash, but John Cena did have a few moments of comeback in him. Full on Suplex City right now. Just going to stretch my neck. Bron Breakker showing off right now. Camera got a bit too close to him there. Wow, Moxie, you have been with us for a long time. I still remember the show when you first joined us. Back when I was still doing gaming streams. Sami trying to block a suplex. Bron Breakker tries to alternate and still gets blocked. Zayn surviving so far, not necessarily thriving. Lovely tornado DDT. Opportunity here. Not a big one. Couldn't quite get the pin he was looking for. No, Moxie. That was a way back, wasn't it? 6,500 subs. It's been a very good month, Moxie. It's been a very good month. The YouTube channel continues to go extremely well. We continue to grow. We continue to increase the income, not to a level necessarily where I can go full time, as I previously mentioned, but I'm still overall very happy with what we're achieving at the moment. Cheers, Moxie. Appreciate you as well. Sami Zayn now in a strong position, able to control what is happening in the ring. Good dodge from Sami. Bron Breakker also does exactly what Brock Lesnar does when he's knocked out of a ring. He tilts to the side at the last second and rotates that way. Cal says Bron versus Gunter is something I want to see. The moment will come, just not as of yet. Gunter still wants to face off against Brock Lesnar. Like, Gunter doesn't care. He wants to face off against Brock Lesnar. Despite everything that's happened. He just, yeah. Bron Breakker had to catch Sami Zayn again there. Ah, the good old-fashioned classic big guy runs into the ring post spot. Cal says, I very much see Bron being a main champ in a few years. I don't think it'll be too quick. Yes, Moxie, you have missed an hour of it. I might have too if Sai hadn't jumped out and told me. The usual sources got this one wrong, didn't recognise the time for the UK audience. The top SEO is always Metro, and Metro had it wrong. Alistair McGeorge, what you doing, mate? Recently unfollowed me on Twitter. Boo. I was trying to put you over and you unfollowed me. What's going on, mate? Big pop from the crowd. Camera angle was terrible, though. I don't know what happened there. Been alright so far, Moxie. We've just had the men's Money in the Bank. We're currently watching Sami Zayn versus Bron Breakker. Again, what was he going for there? It looked like just a clothesline that didn't quite connect. Log can't wait for Seth versus Priest. Cal says Sami is incredibly lucky Bron caught him there. Could have been nasty. Really could have. Bron now angling for a spear. I doubt he's going to hit this one, and he doesn't. Blue Thunderbomb, which Sami Zayn has won precisely one match with. It's one match. That's all. Not great. Blue says, I feel like with Brock, a lot of people just ignore because the victim was able to avoid physical contact. Yeah, sadly. Alleged victim, to be clear. One says, Mercedes money helped AEW get Forbidden Door $1 million gate, according to Dave Meltzer. Seems like a lot of things are happening with Dave Meltzer right now. Sai says, the Wrestling Observer newsletter are reporting these are standard new times for WWE PLEs. 2-hour pre-shows and the main show starting at midnight UK time. I have no issue with this. No issue at all. I'd be thrilled with that as a concept. Bron Breakker just bodily picked Sami Zayn up to put him on that top rope. Easily. Oh, Blue corrects me. Sami has won with the Blue Thunderbomb twice. Both against AJ Styles. Interesting. That was showing off. The balance was incredible. For a big dude, that was impressive. The confidence with which he just hung there for a moment, leaned back slightly and then went for it. That was gorgeous. Thomas says, I thought we were getting the DDT where he jumps between the ropes and the ring spot. The moment could still happen. Still a match going. The crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Bron Breakker getting a lot of love from the crowd right now, and who can blame him? Yeah, I'd be happy with these new pay-per-view times. I know around WrestleMania time they were looking at some new options. They do want to make it more of a full day event. Every change for PLEs recently has been a good one for a UK audience, but as they're getting more and more international, they need those European viewers. Changing the time is a way to do it. Bron going for all the way around spear. Zayn leapfrogged, but Bron Breakker had learned from running into the steps. Devil said, if Cena comes to help Cody, Kevin and Randy tonight, we get Cena versus Randy and Cena versus Punk for old time's sake, one last time before he calls it quits. there definitely needs to be more Cena Punk in the days to come. Drive-by says, don't forget there was talk recently of Sunday PLEs coming back. Yes, but seemingly not from anyone who actually knows anything about what's going on. Cal says, Tom, do you think Dolph Ziggler will ever return? No. There is no advantage to Dolph Ziggler returning to the WWE. I think Michael Cole's headset is broken. Is that a Michael Cole chant? Let's say Michael Cole's... There we go. Michael Cole's headset is back working again. Bron Breakker still looking good, still looking strong. He looks like he's angling for a finish, but I'd imagine there's one more comeback. When Sami Zayn can look good, he's going to get speared when he goes for the hell of a kick. Bailey says the Breakker versus Orton feud would be fun. I do agree. Breakker checking his knee there, interestingly. What was he going for there? He just jumped at him. Heading to the finish now. The straps are down. All lined up. Oh, the camera didn't quite catch that. I don't know what's about to happen here. Hell of a kick. Break is down. Wow. Sami Zayn has beaten Bron Breakker. That is a shock. I did not expect Bron to lose, especially this early. They've painted him as an absolute monster. And it turns out Sami Zayn is just a monster killer. Interesting. Great match. Great fun. Great finish. Even up until the last seconds, I had no idea who was winning that one. It was me, says, wow. Blue says, Triple H respecting home country fans with the shocker. Cal just says, oh my god. Bailey timed it, says 13 minutes and 12 seconds. It was me, says, I'm shocked but not disappointed. Jack is 2-0 and gives it 8 out of 10. Bailey says, there, it's a Canadian win. Juan gives the match a 7. Cal says that's the wrong decision in his opinion. And Sai says, wow, surprise finish, another 9. Thomas says, 9 out of 10. Pardon me, very good match. Pete says, never saw that coming, 8 out of 10. Well, I mean, Triple H said there'd be surprises. We certainly got some. Brad gives it an 8. Cal gives it a 7 out of 10. Jack says, I told you yesterday Sami would win with a roll-up. I was wrong. He straight up won. And he really did. Bron Breakker, little fury on his face there. Maybe he does go heel after this one. Well, formally, I should say. Bailey says, 7 out of 10. They didn't work as well together early. Sai says, Breakker got a lot of great offense in. They're still building a monster in a hurry. He'll be fine. Drive-by thought this was Bronze Night. Gives it an 8. Don gives it a very awkwardly numbered 6.8. Also does suggest, now that we've just gone past the hour, that we might not overrun after all. We might still get a 3-hour show. Let me know what your rating for the match was. A rating out of 10. Was it a 10 out of 10 match for you? Was it a 5 out of 10 match for you? Let me know. Xavier Woods is advertising 2K24 and the simulation mode with an outside advertisement for up, up, down, down. The intention of the WWE at the moment... is for Xavier Woods to focus pretty strongly on up, up, down, down. There is not said to be any real championship plans or decent push plans in the future of Xavier Woods. WWE at the moment believe that the New Day's run its course, but the New Day are resistant to change. So everyone's happy, basically. Cody Rhodes advertising bad blood in Atlanta. Devil said maybe this is what Triple H meant when he said surprises, as in surprise outcome of matches like this, not actual returns. I did say that. I said that and I stand by it. Eric, it depends what you phrase it as. I don't think Bron Breakker has been formally defined yet, to be honest. Marcel gives the match a 7.5. And it's funny because I can literally see the spike on my screen in chat rate coinciding with a big spike in viewership. To be continued. Okay, so Cody Rhodes is still going to stake out things. Interesting. "27 years to the day, Bad Blood." We didn't have many of them. They are bringing back the classics, and I mean the old stuff. Bailey says, if Big E can't wrestle, what do you see WWE doing with him? WWE are actively using him at the moment when it comes to, for example, pre-shows. There are 3 matches left. Damian Priest versus Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship, the Women's Money in the Bank ladder match, and the 6-man tag between Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton and Kevin Owens on one side, and 3 members of the Bloodline, which is Solo Sikoa, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, and Jacob Fatu on the Bloodline side. We currently have 62 likes. 3 more gets us to 65, so if you're new here and you haven't hit like yet, please do consider doing so. We're also continuing to grow when it comes to subscriber base. We've recently hit 6,500. We're now sitting at a very generous 6,534. In the last hour, in fact, we had more than 1,000 views, 1,129 between the hours of midnight and 1 a.m. It is now 1:05, so that is a lovely, lovely number. And you can see why the idea of 1 million views before the end of the year is not out of reach yet. It's not out of reach yet. Still a dream. Still a big dream. But not out of the running yet. We're seeing another commercial at the moment for the Essie's Scoops getting the love. Another advertisement for the WrestleMania documentary, which I haven't got around to watching yet. I do love how the entire documentary is focused on listening to the fans, when the intention was very much not to do so, and Triple H kind of had to pull rank on The Rock to make it happen. Joey says, I wanted Bron to win. It feels like a missed opportunity. It's not a missed opportunity for Sami Zayn, though. I'm interested to see how far they expect him to go. So I said, is Cody sitting in a car until October and we're just getting counted out tonight? Fair. Eric says, do you think Liv and Bailey sit ringside for the women's Money in the Bank? No. Because there was nobody sitting ringside for the men's. It is interesting seeing how they've twisted things in this documentary. I'm looking forward to watching it, but I don't expect it to be, shall we say, accurate. Backwards says, I think a 5 out of 10. I think Bron should have won, but I think I understand where they were going. Also says they need to end the New Day so bad, in my opinion. As I say, New Day resistant to change. Hector says, evening Tom. I trust Triple H long term, but these first 2 results definitely have me scratching my head. I do agree with that. That said, I don't think there are necessarily bad options there. The Rock is saying he made the decision, and he did make the decision, under pressure from Triple H. Eric says Cody gets a massive match for his homecoming, so Cody Rock. Yep. Blue says Bad Blood's main event is almost certainly Punk versus Drew. The question is, will it be for the title, or will it be because Punk cost Gunter one more time? Bad Blood's main event is almost certainly Cody Rhodes. Quite possibly in that time, Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. Trish Stratus is on her way down to the ring. I'd imagine this is to set up the women's Money in the Bank ladder match. P says, an excellent documentary, mate. Really recommend it. High praise. I'll check it out. One says, do you prefer MJF as babyface or heel? I prefer heel. Glad he's a heel again. He seems a lot more comfortable as a heel. A lot more comfortable. So I'd certainly say that. Brad said it's a good documentary. Good to hear. Here is me. He says, Tom, with a feel-good Sami win, do we get a cash-in on Priest now with Punk's help so Punk can get a title match with from Drew so Drew can get his hands on him? If Drew wins the championship, then Drew will face Gunter at SummerSlam. That's been established. Sai says, did they ever twist things in that doc? Fascinating to see what they're trying to do. Seems like The Rock wants to go over. They've got the decibel level on. Trish Stratus is introducing John Cena. Looks like the rumours on this one were true, but if he's planning to appear in the main event, he might not be anymore. John Cena wearing red and blue, which does suggest that that's going to be our WrestleMania colours this year. The last time is now. Oh. That's interesting. So is this the last appearance or is this the last run? He does look a bit strange in that outfit at this age. He really does. Drive-by says the New Day gimmick has run its course. I do think this is an interesting talking point. Do people want more from the New Day or do people want different from the New Day? Let me know in the chat. Blue says Randy Cody. That sounds awesome. Joey thinks the New Day should have ended a while ago. Blue says Cena is in the house. Baylor says even if he's injured, we need the insufferable Ludwig Kaiser introducing Gunter and Bash at Berlin. Blue says retiring at Mania. And Sai says now as in right now. Maybe he's doing an AJ Styles. I do think this might be the last run. He did say the last time is now, so I don't know. Cal says, what do you mean Cena is here? All I see is a floating shirt and a hat, mate, and a hat. And not that I've seen, it was me. Backwards says, I don't think Drew's going to have a successful cash-in. Brad is looking for something different from the New Day. Strong Cena chants from the Toronto crowd. It's a bit classic from Cena. Wonder if he's got any hair going. Maybe he's bald. He's not. He could be, though. His t-shirt literally says the last time. Okay, this is big news. He's here to say goodbye. Again, I'm feeling the AJ Styles of it. It was me says, wow. Sai says, I think for New Day they try one more token match between Kofi and Woods just to get it out of their system. Then Big E brings them together. Devil says, there goes my Cena Orton Punk match. This would be a great time for CM Punk to wander down to the ring. So I said, if he's got merch, I guess it's a last run, not a last appearance. Yeah. I would imagine someone is now gonna bring him back for a little longer. Maybe now we see The Rock. Bailey says, if so, Hall of Fame seat number 1 in Philadelphia. I wholeheartedly agree there. Backwards says, seems like The Rock's ego doing its thing in the documentary. Hector says maybe the White Six take him out since Cena respected Brace so much. Pete says Cena match on rock bottom prices. I got you, Bailey. I got what you were saying. Virginia, you've missed John Cena retiring. Welcome to the show, Virginia. You are our 1600th view. I always expected John Cena to be more emotional when he retired. Or maybe that's what we're about to get. It's starting to come across pretty legit. Bailey says the t-shirt says last time tour. A last run for me makes the most sense. He could do a Ric Flair. Next time I'm beaten, it's over. There's legs in that. Thomas says it says 2025 on his shirt. We're spotting stuff now, aren't we? His farewell does not end tonight. It is his last run. Logically, then, WrestleMania will be his last appearance. It is size. It's a bit of a bouncing one, isn't it? Okay. WrestleMania. I like this. I respect what he's doing here. I'd be interested in Cena versus Gunter at WrestleMania. I imagine it'll be Bron Breakker. I'm gonna miss it. But it is his last run, Pete. I get what he's saying. John Cena versus Bron Breakker for WrestleMania 41. It's the right thing to do. It's best for business. This is going to be the most popular run he's ever had. Getting emotional at this point. His beautifully brutal honesty. Okay, we have a hyped up Cena. It's been a little while. I am watching from home. Right to the camera. I have a lot of respect for how he's doing this. He's doing one last run. He's going to help the company. He's undoubtedly going to work with people a bit further down the card. The second he gets backstage, he's going to be surrounded by people who are going to be telling him, I want the last match. I want the last match. I want the last match. Everyone is going to be scrambling for those matches. I'm surprised no one's immediately just walked out in the arena and be like, no, I want it. I want it. John Cena's last match will be more wanted by WWE wrestlers than Cody Rhodes' championship. So yeah, didn't expect that. That certainly changed things a little bit. Devil says, why do they get to be Cena's last... So who do they get to be Cena's last opponent for him to put over? It will be entirely down to John Cena. Who does John Cena think is the future of the company? That's who he will lose to in his final match. It will not be someone who already has a match at WrestleMania. So I'd be looking at a Carmelo Hayes, for example. I think would be a good shout. It'd be interesting. Thomas says Cena versus Orton, or unlikely. One says Cena turning 47 next year, so I see why he's retiring. Also, to be blunt, the WWE doesn't need him anymore. He doesn't add all that much to the company anymore, so it is an element of recognising where you actually are. You're not where you were. Here with me says his voice was cracking, pretty emotional. So says the guy who turns up 3 times a year is retiring in 10 months. I'm not really feeling this. Hopefully, in the next 10 months, we see a lot more of him. Devil fancies Joe Hendry. Bailey says, who do people think gets the last match? Drive-by says, Paul Cena. We've had Cena versus Orton. Enough. Backward says, Bron Breakker for the IC title at WrestleMania would be a cool opponent. He likely wouldn't be competing for championships. Dominic Mysterio is literally playing 2K24. Damian Priest says nobody gets involved. I'd keep my eye on Liv Morgan. For many reasons. Blue corrects and says Cena's 47 already. Suggests Cena versus Trick Williams could be fun. It was me says similar. Breakker or Trick Williams. Probably get the Mania match. Finn Balor teasing something there. Hector says long shot, but I'd like to see Charlie Dempsey retire Cena. Interesting. It could well be someone who's not yet established. Blue says, Tom, they're always playing 2K in the Judgment Day Clubhouse every Raw. Gives them a chance to advertise it, doesn't it? Next up is our World Heavyweight Championship match. Seth Rollins challenging current champion Damian Priest. Billy Crystal wanted to be R-Truth. I mean, that is his hero. It was me just says, ooh, Balor. I know, mate, he's a very attractive man. I get it. Very attractive. Thomas says maybe if Kurt Angle does return to be Chad Gable's manager, we could see Gable versus Cena. That could be cool. Gable's a good shout. Would add a lot to it. We're nearly halfway through the show. We've had a Cena we didn't expect, and we've got 3 matches left. First, World Heavyweight Championship. Hopefully Seth's knees are fully healed. Yes, it was me. I did indeed. As I say, attractive man. So we have the World Heavyweight Championship, we have the Women's Money in the Bank ladder match, and we finish with the 6-man tag match. Marcelo wants Cena versus LA Knight. I find it unlikely that's going to be the case. While Cena has not worked directly against LA Knight, he has worked with LA Knight in a case of sort of friends or frenemies. Bailey says this would be a great opportunity to give the rub to someone in NXT. It definitely would. John Cena would be able to add a lot when it comes to NXT. I personally would love to see him go down there for a little while and just work in that division. This is a big test for Seth Rollins. He can't be 100%. He really can't be. So there's risks here. That said, I have not had great predictions so far. So who knows? So it says, how long since Sami pinned Breaker? They didn't need another ad just now. It's been about 20 minutes. Thomas says, running back to the beginning of Cena's career of Angle and passing the torch to Angle. I'd imagine you mean passing the torch to Gable there. Again, wouldn't hate it. I think that could be very fun. I don't see a world in which Cena works with the Wyatt Six for his retirement. He's done what he can there. Ooh. The angle of leaving the Judgment Day, that's an interesting one. Bailey says, give credit to Triple H for keeping this secret. No one had this in their prediction set. They did not. It did get out that John Cena was local, but that's as much as they got. Blue says, Seth is never 100%. I think there's a chance he wins because SummerSlam is in his home state. To be fair, he could simply wrestle someone else. Devil says, Seth should win and face Gunther at SummerSlam, which could potentially lead to Finn versus Damian. Finn versus Damian is definitely on the agenda. I just don't know when that moment will come. Priest overall is simply not happy with his lot right now. It shows in everything that he does. Seth Rollins in a bit of black and white, doing that weird creepy walk he does. He's a strange guy. Thomas says, I definitely see a Cena and Orton segment happening at some point. I mean, Orton wants 10 more years. They came through the same class and Orton wants 10 more years. Says everything really, doesn't it? I don't like the more pop-punkified version of Seth's theme. Going with the decibel meter again. Don wants to sing some. Blue says the interesting thing about Priest is it feels like they're setting up him versus Finn for the title. But is there really a chance Priest gets past Gunther? No, and I don't actually feel like they're setting that up. I think Priest's story after he loses the belt will be Judgment Day, and that'll be sort of the come down, as it were. Won't be the most fun for him, but hey, he was briefly a champion. He got some scalps out of it. Got some big wins. Naturally, they're waiting for the right moment to bring the music down, so that people will continue to sing. Sean says, Randy Orton was a perfect final opponent for John Cena. Joey says it doesn't make sense for Drew to face Gunther at SummerSlam. I don't expect Drew to face Gunther at SummerSlam. Devil says, Priest loses, Judgment Day turns on him after the match. Would be a total surprise. Bailey says WWE Shop is already selling John Cena's farewell tour shirts, and so they should. Blue says, Tom, since Triple H has taken over outside of Gunther, who's been your favourite main roster champ? Bailey. Very much Bailey. Jarby says Cena should do one last open invitational. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe he's not there every week, but when he is there, he just does an open challenge. Sean has been 0 for 2 on predictions so far tonight. Me too. I mean, they are predictions. Damian Priest looking pretty badass right now. Capes change things. I know the rule is no capes, but capes change things. There's just something amazing about anyone wearing a cape. I need a cape. Joey says, how do you see this John Cena tour playing out? I think he'll be appearing, not week in, week out. I think he'll make semi-regular appearances. He'll appear once or twice a month. He'll be Raw brand, but will occasionally make SmackDown appearances. I think there'll be open challenges, and I think there'll be plenty of people stepping up to him because they've got ruthless aggression. That's what I see. Sean says, should Cena win his final match? No. When you go on your back. That's how it works. Gerwin says, I don't see tonight 2 heels winning Money in the Bank. It's going to be like King and Queen of the Ring tournament, 2 heels won. So it's happened before. It's got history. P says, I love Damian's outfit. Man knows how to dress. And Kel says, Cena retiring is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. This is the heist of the century off. I love the skull on the shoulder as well. There is a certain beauty to the lack of symmetry from Damian Priest. There's also a lot of light in my eyes. Hector says, I hope Cena makes an appearance at NXT for an open challenge. I'd be down for that. That'd be a hell of a show. Well worth the watching. They would have to announce it ahead of time to, get that rating bump. But we do what we can. We can forgive them that. Prime commercial. We are halfway through the show, and we are ready for our World Heavyweight Championship match. Damian Priest doing his usual thing of punching his championship. I don't get why he does it, but he does it. Sometimes it's not worth asking questions. Well, for Irvin, including his middle name there. Respectful. Blue says, to be fair, Tom, Sting and Taker both won their last matches, and they went over really well. True, fair. It's a strange one because Undertaker historically wanted to go out on his back. Was talked out of it. Thomas says, I still think Cena's career started with Olympian, so should end with an Olympian. Again, I don't think that's a bad show. I think you've laid it out for me and I like it. Carl says, I do hope Cena wins one more title. Could go for the US again. Cena Paul. Maybe he brings back the 24/7 title. Right to mention Gunter at this point. What waits the winner at SummerSlam? And would you want to win knowing that that's the case? Blue says, do you think Taker's finale was expected to be his finale when it happened? Yeah. Several matches were expected to be his finale when they happened, but the Boneyard match 100% was the WWE saying, okay, we're done with this now. Starting fast, starting hot, starting choppy. Seth with a back elbow when you'd usually expect a super kick from Seth there. The Broken Arrow is a little bit cooler than the Falcon's Arrow. Damian Priest has got the win for that one. Blue says a lot of White Ranger outfits tonight. I liked the Green Ranger. I liked when he became the White Ranger. I did feel a little bit racist for it though. Cal says, I've seen people saying how he should go after Cena, but there's no need in my opinion. Bray got his revenge wouldn't make sense. Agreed. Also, you don't throw acts that are white hot against each other because someone is going to get less heat. Bailey says, is the cash in around the corner? We'll find out. And Thomas says, does Drew cash in after this? We'll find out. One says, too bad Vince won't be able to see John Cena's retirement. Vince made him a star. Also, I think he made himself a star. Like, we give credit to the booker, we give credit to the creative, we also give credit to the wrestler. No individual makes someone else a star. So far, Seth not putting too much pressure on his knee. He's calling the Judgment Day down. Oh, he's calling out Drew. Okay. Going for the tope. Good catch, good landing. Going for a second. He's moving a little bit slower. Landed face first that time. Justin, welcome mates. Hello Tom, happy Saturday to you. Sorry if you answered this already, but the Y6 at the PLE and expected to do something. I'm not aware of the Y6 being there. All I've been told is that Triple H does not want the Y6 to overshadow the pay-per-view in the events there. If they're not there, they're certainly not doing so. I wouldn't expect them out front. If they are there, I'd expect something backstage. Which, to be fair, they could have recorded previously and not had to travel. Welcome, mate. Blue says, I feel like Drew is the type that will want to brag about holding the briefcase and using it to mock others, only for it to result in him being screwed. As we know, Drew McIntyre, big on being screwed. And who can blame him? That wasn't really a super kick, that was more of a roundhouse. Seth going for a springboard, this'll test your knee. No worries, Justin. Thanks for the question. Don't see a lot of swantons from Seth. Don't see a lot of lion salt from Seth. Man's showing off. You'd think he'd be protecting his knee, not on your life, apparently. So he says Rollins has a Hogan level fake tan. He looks radioactive. And Blue says Seth wrestling a very different match so far. Indeed he is. It's not the typical Seth Rollins that we've come to know. Interesting standing bulldog, very similar to LA Knight's finisher. Damian Priest has evolved his moveset over time. The championship reign's been good for him. Is that happening? Hurricane Rana. I didn't think Seth Rollins could become more of a cruiserweight. Yeah, clothesline him. Just stop him for a bit. Just breathe. Justin, thank you very kindly for that donation and the rainbow unicorn that comes with it. I appreciate you. Thank you kindly. Devil says could see Liv coming to help Damian and failing leading to Seth winning and more tension in the Judgment Day. Personally, I do think Liv Morgan, this is her spot, but I don't think she... Nice! Wait, what? I did not recognise that as a counter. But I don't see Seth winning this match. Hector says Seth doesn't seem like the type of guy that has a take it easy mode. Regardless of injury history, the man is always in full speed mode. True, he just did a frog splash. He's putting a lot of pressure on that knee. He really is. Kel says you wouldn't think Seth was seriously injured a few months back. Yeah, you wouldn't, would you? To be fair, you wouldn't think he was seriously injured in the tag match at WrestleMania. You wouldn't think he was seriously injured in the match with Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania. You definitely would in the main event. Sai says Rollins appears to be wearing a brace under his tights. He is indeed. He always wore knee pads, but he's a bit more braced up than he used to be. What is that? That was a bit of a weird, awkward kick. Bailey says the participants from last night's SmackDown, are they watching this backstage or in the arena? Likely both. They are backstage and they're occasionally sneaking out into the arena. Wrestlers peek through the curtains a lot. Also, interestingly, wrestlers often go to the concession stands. CM Punk historically just likes to go and get food and run into people. Just as an example. Damian Priest now on the top rope, kind of feeling Hurricane Rana. Running powerbomb. Buckle bomb. Can't seem to get pace going. Bit of an awkward landing, but it worked out. Priest of a sit out last ride. That was a thing of beauty. I don't think anyone has defined the phrase sit out like Damian Priest. He does sit out everything. His finish is a sit out chokeslam, let's be fair. Priest again watching the entrance. I say Priest again. Priest for the first time. Seth Rollins had previously looked at the entrance. They're keeping an eye on it. They're nervous. Blue says Liv winning Damian's trust by helping him win could play well into the story. She'd win his trust while Finn would be annoyed he accepted it. I get what you're saying, but Finn and Liv definitely have something going on. I'm confident the only time we'll see no help for Damian Priest will be at SummerSlam, when he loses the championship. I just heard the word Dean Ambrose. I believe that was the Money in the Bank when all three members of the Shield were the champions. It was a good night. Funnily enough, Seth was returning from a major knee injury then as well. So he says, I'm more squeamish for the buckle bomb than any other move. My neck is made of titanium. He broke Sting's neck with that and I wish he'd retire it. Also did some pretty bad damage to Finn Balor. I feel like I haven't heard much about Damian Priest having a karate background. That was a lovely kick. And again. Eric says, I'm happy they keep showing them being nervous about the aisleway. Yeah. Shows they're aware of what happened earlier. Again, still not happening. Pedigree. Pedigree still not a transitional move. Landing on his... not really a stomp. I think he's kicking out of that. He is. Bailey says, of all the NXT talent moving up the pipeline, soon is probably not the only retirement tour on the horizon. Not too many more I can think of. A lot of people are being phased out, but people like Randy Orton are still as key as ever. There is a natural retirement process. There's a few vets who aren't wrestling many matches anymore, but a lot of them are on commentary now. I believe that's our third This Is Awesome. I do think so far this match hasn't quite deserved that. Still plenty of time for it to happen though. Ironic. Seth Rollins asking if he's the man when he's married to the man. Seth wants him up. The crowd want to keep singing. Eric says, I have a really interesting what if. I imagine, Eric, you were referencing Finn Balor, but I'm going to need you to clarify because you didn't actually name anyone. So I said, Seth getting heel heat here. Damian Priest has shown an element of respectability recently. It works for him. He's not necessarily a face, he is still a member of the Judgment Day, but I think we can see where they're going with him when Priest does leave Judgment Day. There's a lot of wrestling what-ifs. I think historically a lot of YouTube channels and stuff have covered them. I don't necessarily know if there's an audience for them. A crew member has just gone over to Michael Cole and made some changes to what's there. I'd imagine giving a piece of script or informing him of a surprise. Even potentially just a note from backstage. The match has slowed down a little bit. I think Seth is wrestling a little bit slower than he usually does. It suits Damian Priest, who naturally wrestles a bit slower being a bigger guy. But all of the high-flying stuff seems to have come out early. I say just before Seth Rollins runs up the ropes. for the Superplex Falcon Arrow combo. No, reversed. Reversed. And lands. That was nice. There was no kick out there. There was no kick out there. Something's wrong. Something went wrong there. There was no kick out. Drew McIntyre is heading down to the ring. Quite possibly early to cover what just happened. The referee's trying to get Damian Priest out of the ring. It was not a free count. Despite the fact there was no kick out, the referee stated it was 2. Drive-by says, think Rhea comes out to help Damian. No, to my knowledge, still injured. Danny says, who's champ? Quite possibly in a moment, Drew McIntyre. And Blue says, Damian's hurt now, Drew about to get screwed in Toronto. We'll see. I'd imagine they're going to try and talk to Damian Priest and see if he's corpus mentis. And we have a one-on-one match emerging between Seth and Drew. No sign of Damian. Here, Priest back in. He looks a little out of it. Did he potentially land on his head? That wasn't quite a Claymore, but definitely Priest took the brunt of it. He's not okay, Drew. There's CM Punk. Michael Cole swearing. And yes, by the way, CM Punk is now cleared. Attacking Drew McIntyre with a chair. Drew McIntyre, of course, has already wrestled tonight. Oh, he's choking him. Oh, we're getting real serious. Blue says there's Punk. Eric says he's back. Blue says it's my favourite feud. Punk got about to get fired, Bryan style, for that cord choke. A moment ago, Drew McIntyre was getting massive cheers for the cash-in. He has indeed used the briefcase. He won't get it back. Right you are, Jack. CM Punk just saw the gold. I would laugh if he left another Money in the Bank with the gold. Triple Threat is no DQ. Oh, he's going to wax McIntyre with a towel. Priest is in the ring. What are you doing, Phil? My job. Priest is not really back on his feet, though, is he? Sit out chokeslam. Crawls into the cover. He's not okay. Ugh. Blue says Seth died real easy. Not an unfair comment. Damian Priest is not okay. That's all I'm going to tweet. Damian Priest is not okay. Imagine having that happen in the match, potentially being hurt, and knowing that you have Gunter next. It's just painful. True. True Blue. Punk did also screw Seth. CM Punk, an equal opportunity screw artist. Jack is 3-0. Jack is rolling in it. Absolutely rolling it. Brad just says terrifying. Sorry guys, just opening a letter. Need more paper to rip. My OCD's on one at the minute because of the house being quite, you know, an effort and a little bit dirty. So my OCD coping mechanism, for those who don't know, I rip up pieces of paper in smaller pieces of paper. Blue says Drew costing himself is so damn funny. And Cal says CM Punk is the king of shithousery. Priest looks very unhappy. Drew McIntyre has a massive welt on his shoulder. Oh, there we go. Seth Rollins is not happy with CM Punk. Corey Graves trying to make sure Seth can't get too close. They are, of course, trying to play up the fact that there was some real life animosity between the two. Seth won't take this lying down. I do think as well that did make sure that Seth Rollins didn't have to work too hard tonight. Blue says Corey getting involved with Seth and Punk. This feud ain't dead. Drive-by says the briefcase was wasted, which is not untrue. Eric, what are you talking about? I've literally said several times, Priest is hurt. I cannot sit here and say I know anything about it. I cannot sit here and say this is exactly what happened. I don't know. But where the hell are you getting It's a Work from? Cal says it was so obvious it was going to happen, but it was incredible. There is a point at which it's a few too many times, though. Like, I'm not getting more hot for this match, but I still want to see the match. Hector says, instead of using that Money in the Bank to put new talent over, they have Drew immediately lose it. I feel like that was a missed opportunity for younger talent. Yeah. Sai says, what I learned from this, Seth's knee is not okay. More for what they weren't saying, not drawing attention to where he seemed to be carrying his leg. Very careful match. Yeah, I think at the end of that we have two injured people rather than the one. I don't expect to see Seth wrestling on Monday Night Raw, I'll tell you that. Blue says there are different ways to use the briefcase. You can use it to tell a story while avoiding messing with matches for a year with a potential cash-in. And hey, sometimes they do have to fail. Joey says the briefcase gets wasted every year, nothing new. Did it get wasted with Damian Priest? I don't think it did. Did it get wasted with Iyo Sky? I don't think it did. Let me know, guys, if you think the briefcase was wasted last year. Backwards loved it. It's one of those things, and I realised this earlier while watching a PWE Torch post-show. If you're a fan of CM Punk, this is exactly what you want. If you're not a fan of CM Punk, this is the exact opposite of what you want. They are all in on CM Punk. Cal says the title is going to end up with Drew, but it's going to be a ride till then. This is incredible. He was promised championships. Bailey says now time for Chelsea Green's match of a lifetime. Healthy suggests Drew's music was supposed to hit before the free count. Could well have done. It may have been the case that Damian Priest wasn't supposed to kick out. But the fact that he didn't at least call that audible is interesting. Damian Priest was supposed to kick out. He didn't. Sai says, I hope Drew and Punk isn't now a freeway with Rollins. Put him somewhere else for now or let him heal. I would let him heal. Give him a easy enough match at SummerSlam. Maybe a tag match. That could work. Jack says nobody can complain because Drew for weeks said he was going to catch in tonight, so nobody can be upset. We all knew it was coming. That doesn't necessarily mean it's brilliant. Eric doesn't think it was wasted last year. Backwards says they sure are teasing Punk versus Rollins after that match. That is something planned. Brad did say, Drew said it's exactly what would happen. Hector says Drew got chased in on, had a failed cash-in during the same year. The man really is going through it. The man gets screwed. Eventually, much like Dominic Mysterio, you have to wonder if he likes it. Joey, I have the same news that you guys do. Same news that you guys do. And Justin says last year was not wasted. Now, I'd imagine we're getting a Peacock commercial right now because we're seeing Gunter being advertised. Which is a good thing because he has his first World Championship match coming up in a month. Blue says, Tom, was I wrong? But I thought you said Seth Punk wasn't exactly in the plans anymore. Has been pushed to the background, doesn't mean it's going to be ignored completely. The focus right now is on CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. I can't imagine they're going to do a triple threat. Devil says, will they use the ref counting free as a way to get Seth a rematch? Because he got straight up robbed. The ref did not count free. You would have to ask the serious question, did the referee screw Seth Rollins? The referee did not count free. A lot of Chad Gable getting beat up in this commercial. Feel bad for the guy. Really hyping up the Intercontinental Championship run. I'd be interested to see if they show him losing it. Nope. He goes straight to the King of the Ring tournament. Really putting over that submission wrestling. I wonder if they'll show the finish between him and Randy Orton. They do. They show that his shoulders weren't down. Blue says, think I might still get Punk versus Seth at Mania. I wouldn't mind that. Seth versus Punk is definitely big money and worth pushing towards. Robin Dave says, now it's Punk versus McIntyre at SummerSlam. Yeah, but if you're a spoiler warning viewer, you've known that for a very long time. 6 months before the match happened, or will eventually happen, I did announce it. And I'll take this opportunity, while there's 40 people in here, to mention that if you're not following or subscribing here, you are missing out. Because I did say in February, CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre would take place at SummerSlam. And that was after, of course, CM Punk picked up his injury. So if you want news, exclusive, first, this might be the place you want to come to. Okay, it's a merch thing. I thought we were seeing a Roman Reigns vignette, but it's a merch thing. It's okay. It's all cool. So he says, I wouldn't call this a waste. Nick Barbati would often say the briefcase would be dragged out for too long and become an albatross. Always agreed with that. Let the women use theirs for longer. Yeah, typically the women cash in a lot sooner. So maybe the women hold on to it for longer this time. Justin says, Triple H just keeping Punk versus Rollins in everyone's minds, as it will most likely happen at Mania. I kind of think so, yeah. I can see that working. Backwards says, are they planning to turn Drew babyface at some point? Because the amount of times he's getting screwed has me wondering. Here's the thing. I also get screwed a lot. That doesn't necessarily make me popular. Particularly with people who also quite like my girlfriend. Robin Dave says, do you think anyone shows up after the main event? You mean when the show's finished? I think John Cena's the big surprise of the show. I think the show ends with Solo Sikoa standing tall. And I think that's where we leave it. But hey, I've been wrong before. Particularly about this show. Sai raises a good point. The fact that the Bloodline are main eventing is very interesting. Typically, the WWE main events are the ones with the biggest angles. So we'll see how it goes. Eric says, Gunter hurt or is he just on break till it's time to promote SummerSlam? He's not hurt, he's fine. There just happens to be no need to constantly have him involved if you know a big match is coming. There's just no need to do it. It is time for the women's Money in the Bank ladder match. Now, my prediction for this was Chelsea Green. The popular prediction is Tiffany Stratton. Or Lyra Valkyria win it now. Just completely out of nowhere, completely unrelated. Yeah, just Lyra Valkyria, sure. So instead of getting a vignette for the women's ladder match, we're just getting a vignette for Money in the Bank. We've got Asuka in the elevator, which was always fun. Devil says getting screwed twice in 4 weeks for a title is absolutely crazy. And yet, Drew McIntyre. People just won't stop screwing him. Sai says this could be another show where you don't switch off once the WWE logo shows up. Yeah, I'm always very careful with my switch off now. Always very careful. Jack says if they're having 3v3 match in the main event instead of the title match, do you think someone returns? Don't know. Couldn't tell you. Lauren suggested Drew shouldn't have re-signed. Drew absolutely should have re-signed because he wanted to re-sign. And ultimately it comes down to whatever the wrestlers want. Bailey says highly likely the women's Money in the Bank comes from SmackDown. Liv's belt is safe for one returning opponent. Very true, but it depends how long they keep it. Ishii says, are the Wyatt Six not coming? I've never reported that they are. All I reported was that Triple H said he doesn't want the Wyatt Six to overshadow the event. Blue says, I know it's not going to happen, but Iyo winning and restarting a feud with Bailey is my dream. Yeah, it's not going to happen, as you say. Cena will be retiring at next year's WrestleMania, Lauren. I think he's had a great career. No question. And he's going out with pride. Eric says, I can kind of see Lyra winning because they've been teasing her versus Liv. They don't often have a Money in the Bank winner that's already been teased as a champion. There are a couple of exceptions, Drew McIntyre definitely being one of them, Dean Ambrose way back when, but it's an exception, not the rule. Robin Dave says the Drew Punk story is the biggest story right now besides the Bloodline. Okay, they're really acting like The Boys is real. They're just mentioning Vought again. Because why not? So I am back to thinking we might get a slight overrun on the show. Lauren says Tiffy Time has this. Eric says, I know she's only 30, but do you think Liv is a Hall of Famer? No, because she's only 30. Naomi, the first one out. Roman Dave says, hey Tom, have you ever been to a live event? Been to a few. Last WWE event I went to, unfortunately, was the one where Roman Reigns got covered in dog food. Yeah, weird times. Jack says, I've got Tiffy, but my dark horse is Naomi. I mean, you've got a good record so far, Jack. Who says, at this point, Punk has helped out Damian Priest more than his own faction to retain the championship. More than his own Punk doesn't have a faction. Punk has a faction? Oh, right. Modern Judgment Day. Got it. Devil says, after all this, you'd surely expect Drew to win the marathon in this rivalry. Losing to Punk might just make his head explode. I do expect that Drew McIntyre will beat CM Punk at SummerSlam. Lauren, you don't have to do anything. If you want to, by all means do. Naomi, much as we mentioned earlier with acts like Andrade and Carmelo Hayes, is not there to win. she's there to fly around. Roman Dave says, we don't talk about that moment with Roman. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to talk about it. Not anymore, certainly. Lauren says, who do you think will Cena's final opponent be? Not sure. Love it to be Bron Breakker. I think that'd be cool. You all know, by the way, that Trish Stratus is not ringside. She did introduce John Cena. She did introduce the opening of the show. Haven't really seen her since. Zoey Stark now on her way down. I don't expect Trish Stratus to be involved in this match. It's a good opportunity for Zoey Stark to try and earn herself a few more fans. She's had a few of those opportunities recently, particularly her work with Becky Lynch. She's moderately well established, though not considered a particular high up talent. Jack says, does anyone remember when Punk was a bad boy for Raven and Stevie Richards in ECW? Bag boy. And no, I do not. She says, what surprises did Triple H say? There hasn't been no surprises. The match results are surprises. Triple H said there'd be surprises. He didn't say what they were. He says that every show, it's the match finishes. Don't get me wrong, there might be other things, but it's also Triple H. He'll say whatever the hell. Lyra Valkyria does have a very, very cool entrance. Now, I'm Northern Irish, not Republic of Irish. So I'm a Belfast boy, not a Dublin boy. Still cool. Keem welcome says, late, but what's up with the botch ending with Priest Rollins? I suspect Damian Priest might have been injured in that Falcon Arrow. I'd love to get a clip and see if maybe he hit his head. Certainly don't think it's impossible, but he did not kick out. He did not kick out. Let me have a look. I've got a clip now. He's immediately down and he's twisting his fingers like this. He doesn't look like he landed on his head. He's just suddenly out of it. Maybe he jarred something in his back. The referee decided not to keep counting. Which I respect. Big pop for Tiffany. Tiffany Stratton on the way down now. I can't see much more there. I'm not sure what happened. He didn't kick out. That's all I can say at this point. He didn't kick out. Hector says, I think Lyra may be the standout in the match. I'd drive by from Donegal. Keem says, gotcha, even Rollins was confused and the ref was too. The referee essentially decided not to count the 3 off his own back. He was going down for the 3rd, didn't hit the mat, and then said 2. Rollins was baffled, didn't know what was happening, then the music hit. Not sure what happened there. Blue says Tiffy is so over. She very much is. She landed on the main roster, and I do think she's made a very strong impression. Pardon me, very strong impression. Chelsea Green also getting a very good reception. Keem says the Priest Rollins match was off throughout, no chemistry. I wouldn't say no chemistry. I think they were good, but there was definitely some differences, and I think Rollins was protecting himself a little. Chelsea really enjoying her entrance. I like the red. She's been able to do very well with her character and not many actual opportunities. It's a good example for less experienced wrestlers. That you don't necessarily need the booking. Sometimes you just got to have a moderately interesting personality and the opportunities will come. Blue says Chelsea has to be a dark horse. Imagine how much she'd drive everyone nuts with it. It would be fun. telling everyone to take pictures, naturally. The very multicoloured ring. A real range of gear in there. Big pop for Iyo as well. Dom says it would be amazing if it gets dark. Here, a Scream and Rosemary would be included. Wishful thinking. Very wishful thinking, yes. Luke says, was Priest concussed or something? I'm not sure, Luke. Having looked back at the clip, it doesn't look like he hits his head or anything, but he definitely reacted like someone who had been concussed. He didn't seem unconscious at all, so I'm hoping for the best, but something definitely happened. Not just Toronto slang, Keem, that's pretty common. Hector says Iyo is going to do some crazy move off a ladder. Book it. Well, it's going to be the same moonsault she always does. Devil says he got to run an angle where Balor paid off the ref or something. That would be fire. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. Blue says he could have been concussed earlier, or perhaps Drew's music was off. The way Damian Priest reacted after that showed for me that he wasn't 100% okay. I don't think he was okay. I think a concussion is possible. Sai says we'll see if Priest makes the post show. Yeah, that's a good response to it. I'll see what information I can get, but I don't suspect I'll get it before the end of the show. They'll be checking him out. Luke, it happened after that. The stand-up and fight comments were part of the match. And we're off, and we don't immediately start all punching each other like we did in the men's. Brad says, you're right, Tom, the look on Priest's face looks like something is wrong. Keem, a concussion doesn't mean that he can't walk. Yes, he walked back by himself. He probably made that choice. He was checked out at ringside, I can say that. That's as far as we can go. That ladder's too small, so we already have the small ladder in, and we'll have to wait for the bigger ladder. She's going to do the heights thing, isn't she? She's doing the heights thing. I have no idea what just happened, but I'm not going to love it. What are you... Seriously, what is she doing? Sai says a concussion usually means a wrestler instinctively pretends that everything is okay. I mean, Premier League footballers still do that. Yeah, I'm fine. You can cuss. Yeah, but I'm fine. Hector says, when Chelsea Green returned to the WWE, I was worried someone with her talent might be overshadowed, as the women's division is so big. But she stood out and has been given the opportunity. They are definitely pushing people differently now to how they used to, and it shows in some of the opportunities that have been gained. A lot of love for Iyo right now. Tiffany and Iyo in the ring. Tiffany Stratton stops herself from being thrown into the ladder and still kind of ends up hitting her head on it. Big pops for Iyo. Tiffany really needed to sit up against the ladder a bit better there. Good work from Lyra Valkyria, recognising Iyo Sky was too close to her when she lifted her. To the point she had to sort of step back while still deadlifting in order to get Iyo in position to actually land without landing on her head. It's possible... Oh, awkward. It's possible she still landed on her head. Iyo did not counter that move. Iyo just didn't lift. I am wondering if Iyo actually hit her head in that ladder spot. Oh, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt Lyra more than Iyo. Good no-sell from Lyra. Brad says they have established that Chelsea's afraid of heights. Yeah. Still don't see much benefit in standing there jumping. Kim says can't be afraid to take a ladder bump. Ouch. Yeah. They're very much advertising John Cena for the post-show. Trying to keep people involved in that. Another dropkick on Chelsea Green. Good way back in the ring from Lyra. Somehow doesn't spot. Zoey Stark waiting for her opportunity. That is not a high jump. Blue says these women's matches feel so much more dangerous. Feel about as dangerous as the men's. They did play up to R-Truth being scared. Yeah, still won the tag team titles. Apparently sometimes people just forget they're afraid of heights. We've all been there. Zoey Stark getting her moment. Lyra Valkyria is continuing to be the MVP. Has spent the most time in the ring so far. I suspect when she's taken out, it'll be something big. What we're looking at? Oh, she missed. She missed. She missed the drop onto the ladder. Lyra's arm is going to be stinging right now. Interesting, Justin. One of them has, of course, already happened. Okay, so Zoey Stark missed Lyra Valkyria and hit her head on the edge of the ladder. They need to move that ladder closer to the ropes. Zoey moved it closer so Naomi could do that. Ouch. Can I just say, ouch. Robin Dave says, I can't imagine how much the chairs and ladders hurt. Michael Cole just called the match a car wreck. Naomi with a vagina drop on the ladder. It's not a leg drop. Legs don't hit anyone. The split leg moonsault also missed. The announce team are not really helping the situation. Blue says the women's timing, due to less experience in these matches, always feel like they lead to brutal spots being extra brutal. This is what I'm talking about, Tom. I'm getting what you're saying, Blue. There seems to be an element of rush. Huge chant for Tiffany Stratton there. I think even she's very happy about it. Keem, there has been a couple of mistakes. Let's not call the match off, all right? We've still got wrestlers like Iyo Sky and Tiffany Stratton who should be able to carry it pretty comfortably. So it says Michael Cole almost sounds exasperated. I can't disagree with that. Tiffany walks up the ladder and dives onto everybody. Zoey Stark still has her arm. Caught her well. Very nice from Tiffany Stratton. Yes, she fell over, but she at least got her person there. Oh, that's lovely. She hit the swanton, she landed, and you could immediately see Zoey saying, "You okay? You okay?" Which was nice. Nearly Juan was 2 away from 70 likes. 2 away. Blue says Tiff has really made a name for herself in these big PLE matches. Rumble, Chamber, and now Money in the Bank. It is working. Chelsea Green should have already won this match. Climb ladder. Eric says Tiffany is an insane athlete. She does show off. Chelsea Green getting a ladder to the face there. Iyo Sky also does not look particularly happy with what's happening there. Don't know how much of that is character and how much is her just being a bit annoyed with the whole situation. Lyra Valkyria actually climbing the ladder quickly. Imagine that. Clever from Iyo pulling her through. Again, she's holding her arm. Lyra's been hitting the arm a few times now. Eric thinks Tiffany might be the best pure athlete in WWE Women's recent history. Oh, lovely. Brilliant German suplex from Lyra Valkyria to Iyo Sky. Like the sit-up, the flat back landing, beautifully done. Then she gets kneed in the face, but, you know, nobody's perfect. Keem counters as regards athlete with Bianca. From Keem saying end the match ASAP, we now have a "This is awesome" chant from the fans. So yeah, probably best not to end the match too quick. Pete also suggests Jade Cargill. Tiffany Stratton back in play. Keeps looking behind her. Checking to make sure Naomi's in place, I'd imagine. Naomi also has tall ladder. When in doubt, have tall ladder. Speak softly, carry a big stick. Stratton down, but not really. Naomi on 2 ladders, and he's about to do splits with them. It's a pretty good split. It's a pretty good split. I cannot disagree. That ladder's falling. That ladder is falling. Naomi hit the DDT in time. Firstly, that was brilliant. Secondly, that nearly went massively wrong. But it didn't. Naomi's got the briefcase. But Tiffany Stratton has hit her in the shin. Naomi out, landed on a ladder on the way, incidentally. Tiffany's in the ring on her own. Doesn't seem to want to move. And, yeah, lets Naomi just take her back out again. The match continues. Eric says, I like Zoe's war paint on her face. And Keem says, I like the fact that there's new moves within the ladder match. Naomi's very inventive. And knows how to use the resources. It was quite clever. Plus, you know, Zoey Stark's had some good moments. Lyra Valkyria's had some good moments. Tiffany just looks amazing. No. Naomi is getting the tables. And the crowd goes wild. Chelsea Green says no. Blue says, first time I remember a table showing up without a chant. They don't often chant for tables in the women's matches. They just don't expect them. Table time. Table time. I respect that. Table time. Okay, now usually, whoever sets up the table goes through the table. If 2 people are setting up the table, who going through the table? Okay, so they're together and they're not quite against the barricade, which is good. They're still strategizing, while people in the ring are trying to get the briefcase. Maybe, I don't know, do something? Iyo showing off, reaches for the briefcase, and why? That was a great moment. Then you just go, no, you're nowhere near. Oh, we've set up a ladder. No, we haven't. We can't pretend they weren't working together there, guys. We're not going to do that. Eric says, what would you name a tag team of Chelsea and Tiffany? Easy, Chelsea time. There's a lot happening in the ring right now. It doesn't remind me when Dean Ambrose won the briefcase, because he was involved in a lot at once. Tiffany Stratton, you will notice, already had her face protected well before she was slingshot there. Lyra Valkyria had the briefcase, but didn't do anything with it. I think she's about to jump off. She's about to be powerbombed. One arm powerbombed. Michael Cole just made a very guttural noise there. So he says the ref is spending a lot of time with Chelsea on the outside. Ring general in. In the men's matches, they let one of the men be a ring general. In the women's matches, they tend to get the rest to do it. Blue says show's definitely going long, Tom. Yeah, the last match will be way more than the remaining time. Huge pop for Chelsea Green as she pops up to stop Naomi. Doesn't really stop her. Didn't really work out at all. Naomi swapped ladder into the one where she can get seriously hurt. Chelsea's offense does not look strong. Like, at all. Kind of an unprayer? Kind of yes, kind of no? Zoey Stark sensing an opportunity here. Last we saw Tiffany Stratton, she was being slingshot. I don't think anyone's been firmly eliminated yet. Chelsea Green still in the ring. Iyo Sky, bit slow getting in here. Zoey Stark at least trying to act like she was going to grab it. Oh, we're going to get a double here. Joint manipulation. Little jab. Blue says Zoe's war paint makes me think she's injured every time she comes back into the ring. What? Logically, if there's going to be a suplex, it'll be Zoey Stark going over. Just because of where the ladders are set up. That's what's going to happen. He's going to have to go through the briefcase to do it. You know what, Iyo? I get it. I get it. Referee trying to check on her. Iyo, I get it. Crowd's going wild. Chelsea Green here. I'm expecting Tiffany Stratton in a second. No? Something's just happened at the front. Chelsea Green's got it. Chelsea Green's not got it. They hit the ring again. Tiffany Stratton's here. So I says move of the night for that one. Chelsea Green goes through the tables. Should remember the tables. Should have remembered the tables. She set him up. She was going through them. Tiffany stops to wave. Tiffany? Tiffany? You want to get the... Yeah, you do. Tiffany Stratton has indeed won the Money in the Bank briefcase. Eric says, I'm surprised Damage Control haven't tried to help Iyo. Yeah, they don't seem to be here. Iyo Sky's holding her butt. She's in a lot of pain. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Iyo Sky incredibly butthurt after that move. Because that's where all the pain of the move went. Ouch. Wow. Okay. Don gives the match a 7. Pete just says, wow. Not sure what that means, Keem. So it's a 7. They turned that around big time at the end. I agree. There was a rough spot in the match, but they pulled it off. Blue says, weird to see WWE fans happy after every PLE, but it's the norm these days. To be fair, not quite over yet. Eric says Tiffy time in the bank. Pete says 9 out of 10. Blue says Triple H is pretty good at making new stars. I mean, Tiffany Stratton is definitely getting the rub of the green. Bailey says they all took a beating. Ricky just said that hurted me. Look at Iyo. Look at her. What happened? Our table spot looked rough. Brad says 7.5. Ricky gives it a 7. Jack says 8. Iyo cracked a tailbone. Cal says Samantha botched. Interesting. Thomas gives it an 8. Bailey gives it a 9 out of 10. Lots of spots. Drive-by says this is better than the men's. Some brutal spots. Cal said she said Tiffany Green. Aww. She had a favourite. She had a favourite. Tiffany Stratton's going to cry. Tiffany Stratton is about to cry. She needs to get backstage before she starts crying. Iyo Sky's still in the ring holding her own arse. It's not commitment to the bit. She's in a lot of pain, guys. She's in a lot of pain. Hector says Michael Cole is really overselling the carnage of this match like he's never seen Taker and Mankind in Hell in a Cell. Drive-by gives it an 8. Blue says Tiff's most likely going to be a world champ less than a year after making a main roster debut, just like Iyo. Certainly, Tiffany Stratton versus Bailey makes a lot of sense. Cal says Iyo Sky is in serious pain, I think. I agree. And Jack just needs a bloodline to win to be perfect, which honestly seems pretty likely. You're on a run there, Jack. Jim says I see her cashing at SummerSlam after Bailey takes a beating from Nia. We'll see on that one. It would mean no briefcases for almost a year. So it's hard to say it's guaranteed, but we'll see how it plays out. Certainly not impossible. So we have one match left, and it is our main event. Twitter is going wild for John Cena. That seems to be the big note of the night. But next up is your champion, Cody Rhodes, with Randy Orton and Kevin Owens against 3 members of the Bloodline. Those are Solo Sikoa, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, and of course, Jacob Fatu. Commentary showing more love for Tiffany Stratton and the carnage that came with. Absolutely insane. Let's see. Blue says Iyo needs to be okay for a Utami match next weekend. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Cal says, will she go for a pink case? Backward says, we're getting a pink briefcase. I did mention the possibility of a pink briefcase, and I do think the moment will come. Which is why I think she keeps it for a while. I think the door on John Cena's shirt referred to Wyatt 6. No. I mean, that's him saying, don't let the door slam me in the ass on the way out. Elfie says, do the Wyatts go after anyone in the main event? What do you think, Tom? No. I don't think they're there. And Dom says, alright everybody, grab a glass of water and let the singing begin. It's not a Seth Rollins match. Joey says, is Jacob Fatu wrestling? We don't know yet. The match has not started. What is this vignette? Naturally hovering around Paul Heyman. And we have just hit 70 likes. Thank you, everyone. It's a big number for a watch party. Watch parties, sometimes we don't even get 50. But we've had more than 2,000 views so far. 70 likes now. A good time to be a Tom Colohue channel. We're going to get a recap of everything with Paul Heyman now. And so we should. We saw at the last pay-per-view I expected this 6-man tag. Didn't necessarily expect Jacob Fatu this early, but I expected the 6-man tag. As we know, and as I mentioned in, I want to say, it'll be early June. Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa was a plan they were putting together for SummerSlam. It wasn't, of course, until Clash of the Castle when I was able to confirm that. But the fact is, we have 4 members of the Bloodline and only 3 members on the other side. This is not going to be fair. Jacob Fatu's an intense guy. Paul Heyman's a little scared of him. Solo Sikoa's moment as Tribal Chief will come. It is not yet, but it will come. Yeah, Parrish, how you doing, mate? Pete says, if other news, I had an exciting ride into work tonight. Nearly saw something of a car close up. It's already here, mate. Hector says, I wouldn't mind seeing Jacob Fatu destroy Cena at Mania. That could be a good retirement match. Jack says, Tonga Loa, if you look at the poster in the background, he's not stood with the rest of the Bloodline. I am expecting it to be Tama Tonga, Solo Sikoa, and Jacob Fatu, yes. Backwards suggests this might be when Jey Uso returns. I think another Bloodline member debuts tonight. It would be a lot of them in a very short succession. I think they've already got enough people, so I'm not sure. I do feel like this story is not about Cody Rhodes. It's certainly not about Randy Orton. It's certainly not about Kevin Owens. It's about Solo Sikoa, and it's about Roman Reigns. We are backstage with Trish Stratus again, someone, as I mentioned, who was not going to be involved in the Women's Money in the Bank ladder match because Zoey Stark was never expected to win it. As a host, she hasn't really been involved in too much yet, so it's nice to at least see a bit more of her backstage. Tiffany Stratton getting involved here. That'd be a match. Social media is already praising her, it's very true. Tapping the ring's kind of rude, surely. I get the Barbie comparisons. Thank you, Banks. Appreciate you for that. Joey says, do you see Trish Stratus wrestling again? It feels like her story with Zoey never concluded. Yeah, she'll wrestle again. She'll pop back in and out. She'll pop in and out quite often. Damian Priest is still being advertised for the Money in the Bank post-show. Suggests he's been checked out and cleared. Blue says, setting up a SummerSlam match. I mean, it could. No downside to it. Would certainly maintain a meteoric rise for Tiffany Stratton, and I would imagine that she'd pick up the win. As we know at the moment, Trish Stratus is back to being a face. They've just forgotten the heel moments. And we are away with 20 minutes left to go of normal time. And plenty of extra time incoming. Solo's starting to look a little bit like Roman Reigns with that facial hair. And no, I don't see Wade Barrett inserted into the CM Punk picture. I don't understand why that would be. Bailey says, I see a longer term storyline where Chelsea challenges Tiffany for a title match at Mania. Okay, I can see that working. Jacob, Fatu, Solo, Sikoa and Tama Tonga in wrestling gear. Can't see Tonga lower yet. Pete says 20 minutes of walking. It's okay, Roman is not there. Kevin says, how was the women's Money in the Bank? It was pretty good, actually. It was pretty good. There was a couple of awkward moments and people got seriously hurt and there were some pretty big spots. Great fun. I'm not sure about new intros. I know Bron Breakker had a new one. Ah, yes, Tonga Loa is in a suit. He ain't wrestling in a suit. Blue says, thank the maker, Jacob is wrestling. Solo Sikoa, of course, the second tribal chief, together with the third, Jacob Fatu. Ricky says, who do you see winning this match, Tom? Bloodline? Yeah. It's a fair point. I didn't hear a lot of All Rise in Damian Priest, and All Rise is pretty much his big thing. Dom says Jacob Fatu is about to look unstoppable. I mean, we'll see. It'll be the first chance to really introduce him to the new audience. He does demote Tama Tonga a little bit, which is why it's a good thing. He got a little bit of time to really establish himself first. Solo Sikoa still feels like the weak link in this group. But the bloodline does continue. Kevin Owens comes out first. Naturally, for a Canadian crowd, Kevin Owens is exactly the right man to come out first. Cody will likely come out last. Drink it in, Kevin. Drink it in, man. Jack, I'll be watching it, just not live. Gotta move some stuff to the new house. Brad says, it's weird seeing Jacob wrestling in boots. Yeah, he was always a barefoot guy, wasn't he? Solo Sikoa was as well. You never know, maybe he'll take him off. Kevin Owens doing some rope kicking. The ropes seem a lot better than last time, tell you that. Kervin, of course you don't see the hype on Jacob Fatu. He hasn't wrestled yet. Give him a chance, mate. You're not giving a lot of chances today. Are you okay? You just don't seem happy with wrestling. Ricky says, I agree with you, Tom. I don't see Solo as a tribal chief. Seems to me he is the weakest. At the moment, I would agree with that. His position is in the most danger. Danger, danger, high voltage, Solo Sikoa. Brad says Jacob is a beast. We're about to find out. I haven't heard anything about a new Fiend. Haven't heard anything. Doesn't mean there isn't. I just haven't heard anything. Randy Orton looks terrifying when he smiles. Blue says, wondering if the new start time will mean shows going a little longer normally. We'll see. And Keem says a big debut for Jacob. Big opportunity for him. Canada singing Randy Orton's theme. Crowds are getting better. You can always tell when they're not in the UK because they break out the decibel level. Oh, he's enjoying himself for the minute, Randy. He's real glad to be back. He did not expect to be back. He's very pleasantly surprised. Drive-by says, put some respect on Jacob Fatu's name. He will have to earn it, to be fair. He's going to blow everyone away, and this will be match of the night. Hope Solo pins Cody. Keem says, will we see a Jimmy sighting? Couldn't tell you. Pete says, wait for the Cody pop. Oh, it's coming in a moment. He says going to blow the decibel meter. Well, why not have the meter purely for that? People do love to sing along for Cody. Tama Tonga scratched his face at an awkward time there. The Bloodline are behaving too much. Blue says the European crowds have added a lot to PLEs. A lot of things they've started have translated over. Having wrestlers say, oh, it's much better outside of America, probably felt like quite an insult. For Bad Blood, I'd expect to see a Hell in a Cell match, to be honest. Dom says, no way this match is ending in 14 minutes. No. I do reckon it'll be at least 15 by the time this ends, about half an hour from now. Cody's entrance, about 20 minutes for the match, and then whatever the finish is. Now, there's a big pop and a lot of dry ice. The guy loves a smoke machine, what can I say? It's only smoke and mirrors. The champion with some hefty shoulder plates and more of a bulge than I was expecting. Seems inappropriate, very David Bowie. I don't need to see that. Blue says, definitely Hell in a Cell of Bad Blood. It's the anniversary. Would be a great time for that Punk McIntyre Hell in a Cell. Oh, my neck hurts so much. Kid with a sign says, all I want is to meet Cody. Gets a cuddle. He is hype. That kid is having a great time. Still not an undisputed WWE champion, though. Like, Damian Priest does exist. I know he's obviously never a main event. But he is here. You will note, of course, after WrestleMania, I did point out the Universal part of the championship would be retired. That has happened. I got a lot of hate for that one. A lot of people started asking questions. No worries, mate. I mean, you ask questions, I'll do my best to answer them. That's what we do here. We're a very engaging chat, or at least we try to be. If you have questions, dive in. I can't always answer them, as you know. I don't pretend that I do. I can't pretend I'm the most well-informed person in wrestling because I'm simply not. But I'm proud of what I am able to share. Kim says, just noticed Punk didn't get his bracelet back. From who? I missed something. Did Samantha Irvin have it? Was it left on the table? I don't know. Drive-by predicts Jimmy Uso tonight. A lot of focus there on Jacob Fatu. Big zoom. Big zoom. From Drew. Okay. Like, he's not there. I'm guessing that's a Twitter thing that you spotted. Referees calmly suggesting that Kevin Owens doesn't immediately dive at Jacob Fatu. I like this as an intro feud. Kevin Owens versus Jacob Fatu, those two should genuinely have some barn burners. Similar styles. Kevin Owens has not taken his eyes off Jacob Fatu. Tonga Loa doesn't seem as intense as the rest of the Bloodline. He doesn't seem quite so intense. No, I don't see Brock returning. The WWE currently just letting his contract lapse. I don't think we'll see him again in WWE after that. A "We Want Roman" chant that is, I believe, the loudest chant so far. Drive-by says they're really teasing KO versus Jacob Fatu. I'm sure we're going to see quite a few of those matches in the days to come. So Sikoa takes off his lei. We are starting with Cody Rhodes, and it looks like Solo Sikoa. Tonga, however, is pacing. He's ready and he's eager. Cody's asking for Solo. I believe that's an FU Solo chant. Bailey says Brock is a Vince guy. I don't think he wants much to do with it anymore. He genuinely didn't. Since Vince left and he had his little walkout, he hasn't really wanted to be there. He doesn't like Triple H. It's a fair shout, Blue. Things have definitely changed since then. I didn't necessarily see it, but the We Want Roman chant started immediately. Kevin, it is 10 to 3 in the morning. I need to check when sun rises. It's probably quite soon. Sunrise. 4:51, so it's in 2 hours from now we have sunrise. Yay for that. Jack says WWE is still counting Cody as Universal Champ. They just don't say it, they count it separately. Have it listed as WWE Champ and a different count as Universal Champ. Both report Cody as the champ for 90 days. Yep, but as I quite rightly mentioned, they do not mention it now that Roman Reigns is no longer the champion. The only reason they kept mentioning it and didn't just call it the Undisputed WWE Championship, which was always a plan, was because Roman's record was based on that amount of days. Now that the days have synced up, they don't feel the need to mention. Blue says have to give Heyman and the crew credit. Seem to understand exactly how to play this entire Bloodline storyline outside of the Uso split, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That was mostly Vince. Paul Heyman has been booking the Bloodline storyline pretty much since Vince left. It's gone from strength to strength. With the exception of when The Rock got involved. Yeah. WrestleMania was great though, to be fair. Kevin Owens coming in to beat up Tonga. No Jacob Fatu just yet, but I'm sure we'll take our time with this one. As long as the crowd is hot, they'll keep this match going. And the crowd are hot for Kevin Owens. He did stop beating the guy up. Crowd is still going though, so keep going. It's going again. Third time lucky. Blue, yeah, it's a few different things. They're just not similar enough people. Basically. Like they did enjoy each other's company at times, but they're just not similar enough people. Cody tagged back in against Tonga. Randy Orton, as we know, they are trying to protect his back and trying to keep him from working too much or too often. So he will likely pick his moments, hit a few RKOs, and spend a lot of time hanging out on the apron. Cody tags in Randy Orton now. Tonga still in the ring, getting beaten down. It's an interesting one because Jacob Fatu's a new element, so they're taking the time with him, whereas Solo Sikoa is quote-unquote the leader, so they're taking their time with him. There's only one person who can really get beat up on that team, whereas everyone can take a beating on the other team. Tonga's job in this match is just to be the fall guy, basically. I feel for him. Tonga escapes. Jacob Fatu is in with Randy Orton, a veteran with him naturally. They're likely protecting from Kevin Owens for a little while. Or is Randy Orton immediately going to tag Kevin Owens in? Michael Cole definitely putting him over on commentary. Kevin Owens get the crowd chanting. And Jacob Fatu immediately thrown out the ring. Didn't do great things for Jacob Fatu there. Oh, he's a no-seller. Okay. I don't love that. Let's see what you got, Randy. Blue says, Kevin and Sami feel like this generation's Foley. Guys you would have never guessed would be reliable main eventers when they started out. And Keane says, Werewolf versus the Viper. Jack says, I don't like Cody because it always feels like he's acting too hard. He's not natural like Kevin and Orton make it feel. Okay. Interesting, Blue. Interesting. Jacob Fatu drags Randy Orton into the corner where Solo Sikoa tags in. There was a We Want Roman chant. I'd imagine we're going to get another one. Nope, it's an FU Solo chant again. Solo Sikoa's getting over, guys. This level of hate is pretty impressive. Like, Dominic Mysterio doesn't even get this level of hate anymore. Orton holding his throw after a little bit of a shithousery. And the We Want Roman chant start again. The crowd are hugely into this match. Dom says, Samoan drop, he lays his whole body on you, everyone else head lays on the person's stomach. And Jacob Fatu likes to bounce people around. And why not? Fatu didn't quite land that cheap shot, but you get what you get. Oh, lovely from Tama Tonga. That was a lovely dive. Randy Orton taking the sustained beating at this point. Again, protecting the Kevin Owens-Jacob Fatu feud. And protecting the Cody Rhodes and Solo Sikoa feud, Randy Orton and Tama Tonga, natural choices to take the beatings. Bailey says, who would have once imagined that beating up Paul Heyman would have turned someone into a mega heel? That's fair. I still remember how excited people were for Brock Lesnar to beat up Paul Heyman way back when. Always a lovely suplex from Randy Orton. Kevin Owens looking for the tag. Cody Rhodes is G'ing the crowd up. King says KO is going to go crazy. Blue says WWE's ability to have main events that aren't singles title matches has been a great strength since Triple H took over. I agree. Kevin Owens gets his first hit on Jacob Fatu. This must be unusual for Tama Tonga. The tactics in general in New Japan is that whenever someone gets a hot tag, everyone immediately starts fighting. So the fact that he has to actually stay on the apron must be very confusing to him. Owens kind of missed his kick there. Jack says, how do you think Collision is doing tonight? Not sure, but historically, it gets pretty poor viewings when there's a pay-per-view on, and then gets its standard viewings when not. Ratings, not viewings, ratings. Tonga making a bit of space so that KO can hit his swanton, which he hits nicely. Jacob Fatu doing a shield and just going for Kevin Owens there. Eric thinks Zelina, Chelsea and Carmelo will be great women's mid-card champions, and they'll be great at pretty much anything they do. Bailey says it seems like 2 days ago that Drew won Money in the Bank. It's only 2 hours. Only 2 hours. He was heavily involved tonight, let's just say that. Heavily involved. Jacob Fatu is now in the ring with Kevin Owens, but naturally, with him in the ascendancy, we don't quite get the barn burner we were looking for. The faces are really keeping that crowd hot. Kevin Owens trying to sell extra for Jacob Fatu, and here comes Solo. Tama Tonga taking a rest on the outside. Again, that is pretty standard New Japan. Eric says, when do you think Drew gets the title for real? WrestleMania. I think Drew versus Gunter at WrestleMania is the most likely scenario. And we're again swearing at Solo Sikoa. This crowd is committed. Again, Owens is selling hard. We've had a little beat down on Randy, a little beat down on Owens, a little beat down on Tama Tonga. I'd imagine it's Cody's turn up next. But how long a beating are you going to have for Cody? We're getting through this match pretty succinctly, to be honest. WWE have definitely got better over the years at making sure they're not doing 20 minutes of one person getting beaten down. Gets real dull. Tonga Loa finding an opportunity to get involved here. Again, his face lacks intensity. He's just missing something from his acting range there. It does feel like he's missing a little something. Oh, good hit from Solo. Owens overselling slightly, but he's getting there. He's definitely trying to make these guys look good. Much in the way that when the Shield was around, everyone was told to make Roman Reigns look good. 2 clean cuts, a good show. I also like that Orton can't watch his tag team partner getting beaten up. There's actually a connection building there. Jacob Fatu back in. Suggests this might be the time when we start to build towards the tag. The speed of this from Fatu. Incredible stuff. Headbutt's pretty infamous for the Samoans. There you go, Owens starting to work his way out of it. So far, Jacob Fatu just looks like another Bloodline guy. There's an extra intensity to what he does, but he hasn't really had a chance to show what he could do yet. Tama Tonga back in play. Of course, the first recruit of Solo Sikoa, and that does need to be remembered. Not an unfair comparison, King. Though I will say Solo Sikoa is improving over time. He does lack a little intensity, but he is improving over time. More headbutts from Tama Tonga. Owens trying to fight off. Got a very red face there. They're trying to crawl. But the Bloodline absolutely not letting it happen. Jacob Fatu shushing the crowd. Okay. Okay, starting to see it. Solo going for Cody. Nothing like a nice cheap shot. Owens with an opportunity. Solo quickly communicating with Tama Tonga. Telling Jacob Fatu what to do. When to step in. Ah, they're going to make it. Oh, Tonga Loa, who didn't even look at Randy Orton while pulling him off. Like, if you're going to pull someone off, at least look at them while you're doing it. Mention of Gorillas of Destiny there. Jacob Fatu on his knee prowling, which I enjoy. Encouraging. We knew this spot would happen with Kevin Owens. I thought it would be Jacob Fatu. But the fast punches is definitely a Kevin Owens original. He does it with everyone. Solo Sikoa misses a shot. Cody's in position to tag. He hasn't got his hand in place. I do love that we got to see Cody react to Kevin Owens dragged back without actually seeing Kevin Owens dragged back. That was quite nice. I would like them to get on with it a little bit though. Yeah, that's a rest hold from Jacob Fatu. We keep being told how intense and incredible this guy is. That's a rest hold. Biting. More headbutts. It's getting a bit dull. It's becoming a bit of a bloodline match. Logically, Jacob Fatu's going to miss this one. And then Owens is going to escape. Oh! Nice! It genuinely looked like he went face first, but you could see his hand. That was nice. Kevin Owens is still within Jacob Fatu's range. Tonga is in position he could get in the ring. Instead, Solo gets tagged in. Here comes Cody. And now we are in the end game of the match. Phase 3. Now we're seeing a tease here. They put Solo and Cody together to try and say, hey, this match you're not excited for at SummerSlam. It'll be good. That was a hell of a power slam. Solo came at him at a huge pace. Very well done. And now things are starting to fall apart, which is always nice. Jacob Fatu also likes to turn before he goes out the ring. It's quite nice. Going for a suicida? Suicida. Jacob Fatu, suicida. That's what he's going for. Oh, guess Tom Colohue, who does hit his head on the announce table there. I'd imagine he's fine. He just sort of laid there like, where am I? I don't even think he's hurt. I think he's just like, okay, I did my spot. Now what's my next spot? Just very unreactive. Oh, Jacob Fatu flies. Oh, kick the doctor. Lovely. Spear by Solo. Everyone's using a spear nowadays. That ain't happening. Would have expected more of a pop for the kick out, but we are where we are. Oh, hang on. Oh, she genuinely got kicked in the back of the head. I did not see a good angle of it, but she genuinely got kicked in the back of the head. Why wouldn't you move? Like, they're not wrong. Can someone get a doctor out there for the doctor? Like, can we get a view? Is she okay? Tonga Loa, you can see he's just watching for his next spot. I keep forgetting Cody does a pedigree. It's not a good pedigree. Ref bump. And naturally, this is a spot for a potentially a visible pin, or at the very least, Tonga lower. Bloodline do have enough people to overpower them. I do like this. No official. Okay, let's just keep beating up Solo Sikoa. I like Cody. He's just a little smarter than your average bear. Like, yes, you can't get the 1, 2, 3, you can't get the win, but you can still beat the guy. RKO and Solo, well received. Kicked his legs out at the right time. Didn't end up in the air for too long. Okay, let's put Solo for a table. Again, I like Cody. Yeah, clear off the announce table. You don't want anything that anyone can land on awkwardly. Michael Cole just leaves. He's already had his microphone equipment broken once. Why would you let him do it a second time? Shield powerbomb? Fatu takes out everyone solo. As in on his own. And then runs into the referee. Can we get CM Punk out here? Maybe that's why the doctor got hit. Because he knew what was going to happen with the ref. Stunner on Tonga. Owens has an opportunity now to put Jacob Fatu for a table. Hits him with Prime Ball first, naturally. Looks like he's going for a frog splash. Gets him, breaks the table. Nice. Everything's got a feel-good factor right now. Tonga lower is speaking with Solo Sikoa. Solo's giving him some instructions, pointing at a few things. Not often you see a point. I think Tonga lower's forgotten his spots. Another "This is awesome" chant. I believe that's every match so far tonight. And why the hell not? It's been a good show. They've lost Corey's audio now. Owens has Tama Tonga. Here's Tonga lower. That wasn't really a low blow. That wasn't really a low blow. You have to let him get the man up first, mate. Come on, that was bad. Also doesn't seem to be standing particularly well. Takes an RKO, nice. Orton gets thumbed, leaving us with Solo and Cody. Is he going to go for the third? Of course he is. Is there anyone new to arrive? Now's the time. Jacob Fatu. I believe that was a whisper in the wind. Hits an Impaler DDT. Gangrel style. Still no ref. Drags Solo Sikoa onto Cody Rhodes? No, just drags him up. Because there's still no ref. But Cody now is exposed. Jacob Fatu's about to be clotheslined by Solo, isn't he? Or thumbed. He's about to be thumbed. Oh no. No, Cody did take it. I think that'll be it. Solo Sikoa does indeed pin Cody Rhodes. Good match. Didn't outstay its welcome. Delivered what it needed to. Sets them up nicely for SummerSlam. Looks like Kevin Owens versus Jacob Fatu at SummerSlam as well. Suggests also, probably more likely, we'll see Jacob Fatu and Tama Tonga versus Randy Orton and Jacob Fatu at the same time. Kevin Owens limping away. He did a hell of a job. Can't call it match of the night. I can't say this is Jacob Fatu's coming out party. He was okay. He was okay. Don gives it a 7. Sai says 7 also. Pete gives it a 6. Not so good. I'd give it a 7. I think 7's fair. Decent quality action. Dragged a little bit in the middle. And the ref bump in the end. It's a little bit awkward. The low blow wasn't great. Tonga lower I think needs a little bit more work. But we do have a finish. Fatu had a couple of good moments, but not enough for me. Brad gives it a 7. Ricky gives it a 7 as well. Bailey says the sheer amount of damage Kevin Owens takes is scary. Not unfair. Not unfair. Randy Orton, as expected, didn't spend too long in the ring. Came in at times, hit a few RKOs, and once he took the thumb, that was that. It was a whispering in the wind, wasn't it? Yeah, nice. They're really putting over that thumb. Slow count, but did the job. Bloodline are out of the ring. No new member of the Bloodline. No Roman. No Jey Uso yet. But we'll wait for the bug in the corner and wait for the show to end just to make sure. We have a bug. Any music? That is all. So the surprises were the match finishes. I don't think we can call CM Punk a surprise, because if anything involves Drew McIntyre, it also involves CM Punk. So there's obviously quite a bit left to do. We took the next step tonight, heading towards SummerSlam. It was a good show. The wrestling quality was good. There were a couple of awkward moments. I'm waiting to see how Damian Priest is. The John Cena announcement was a surprise. That was out of nowhere. But overall, that was a pretty standard Triple H show. Nothing particularly surprising. Yeah, as Thomas Phipps said, 7, but surely there's something else for this to go on last. There wasn't. Rick says, thank you for streaming this for us, Tom. Buddy, have a good night and take care. Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate you. Bailey gives the match a 6 as well. Bailey says a 10 for Tom. Enjoy time off. See you at SummerSlam. Thank you very much, Bailey. Monday will be the birthday show. And that will be our final show before a 2-week break. When I come back from that 2-week break, you're going to see a lot more of me, because WTF Wrestling and PLE Wednesdays will be back. Be back. Sai says, okay, I guess we're done. Thanks all. Enjoyed that. We have been live for 4 hours and nearly 20 minutes. I want to say a massive thank you to all of you for joining me. We wrapped up with 2,226 views, which is also 2,226 ads. That, of course, means that hopefully it was a good little earner. But I also just enjoyed watching a show and having some company and some friends to watch wrestling with. Thank you, everyone, and good night.